get it. Give it all you got. So come and get it. I'll need one shot. So come and get it. So come and get it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. What a special day we have for you today. The wonderful Kidney for ShazZ campaign launched off here by Overwatch South Africa. An incredible day for an incredible cause. I'm Ultras and I'm so pleasured to get to bring you at least the beginning of today's action. And joining me is Snowball Ninja. How are you doing, my friend?
Very, very well. Super keen, super stoked to get involved with some Overwatch, but even more so with a great cause.
Oh, it's going to be great. If you guys are just tuning in about this, maybe you saw the competitive Overwatch page go live and you're going, what's going on today? Sharon, ShazZ has had such problems with her medical expenses, suffering from lupus, has always struggled with her kidneys, and there has just been the biggest outpouring of support by the community to come together and put on an incredible spectacle for you guys to watch with, 30 different streams running simultaneously to bring you all the action. And just a way to support and raise awareness, raise some funds for ShazZ and her mom to be able to get the financial support that they really deserve at this stage. I mean, Snowball Ninja, that tugs at the heartstrings, right?
Absolutely. Look, I have to say that I'm very privileged that I have medical aid, and I've also not had a major medical issue in my life. So, man, this hit me squarely in the privilege, and I was like, well, if I can do anything, I want to get involved, and however I can, whenever I can, and you can too. Realize this, everybody watching, you're like, man, times are tough, like I don't know how much I can spare. First of all, anything is welcome, and secondly, it doesn't have to be money. Your time, your just commitment to supporting the streamers or supporting the channel itself and getting it out, that's what can make a huge difference. So don't underestimate yourselves, and I'm honestly just happy to see each and every one of you here today.
I agree 100%. Like, it's not just about finances. Going and sharing tweets, you know, it costs you absolutely nothing, but it gets awareness because maybe there is someone who really wants to help. And so just the support. And I think that's the best thing about bringing so many streamers with such a large community together. Is, I mean, half of these people haven't even played Overwatch before and they're here trying it out today. I think it's going to be a very interesting day of Overwatch. Certainly not the meta picks there. And I mean, yourself, Snowball, you're pretty new to the whole Overwatch scene and casting. It's a different game, right?
Very much so. Look, while I've followed Overwatch almost since it came out and watched a lot of it, I had an absolute toaster, so I couldn't even play the damn game. And eventually managed to dive in towards the end of Overwatch 1's lifespan, and then now in Overwatch 2. But for casting, wow, casting's even faster than the game, and to me, that's such a vibe, especially when you've got people that are newer to the game. Yes, we love watching the pros, and we love seeing what they can bring in, not even necessarily pro league, people that are just good at the game, like everybody that's not me, but the exciting stuff that comes in, it's people that are new and bringing something completely backwards and out of left field, and that's what I think Overwatch is a platform for. It's for that fun, it's for that chaos, it's that mayhem, and at the end of the day, we all get to go home with a bunch of smiles.
Oh, of course. If you guys do want to catch a little bit more of the individual action that's going on right now, we're obviously going to be bringing you the more overarching competitive aspects of this. Not that we're taking anything too seriously today, but every one of our streamers, or I think everyone except one person because they live together and can't stream at the same time, but everyone has come out and they've got their own individual streams. And if you guys aren't aware of how to check that out, or you do want to see someone in particular, if you look on the right-hand side of your screen, hovering over that Twitch interact play button, you'll notice a little pop-up comes up, the little Control Plus thing. It is a list of every one of the streamers' actions today. So if someone is popping off at some stage, or if someone is maybe struggling a little bit and you want to go see the panic firsthand, that is a way for you to keep involved with it. Otherwise, if you're waiting for this action to get going, go and check out the Backer Buddy page. If you put in !ShazZ into the chat now, you'll see the whole Backer Buddy comes up there, and you can see the story, the heartbreaking story that ShazZ has had to go up to. They're still trying to pay off 800,000 rands worth of medical expenses that they are struggling with. They have thankfully now managed to get onto Discovery Medical Aid, and so that'll kick in the next couple of weeks, and hopefully that stops that number from getting any higher. But I must admit, 800,000 rand to have to deal with as a problem there, Snowball.
Look, it's already a problem to have the to have the issue and maybe have that kind of coverage. But to start from nothing and try and build your way up, it was horrible. I mean, we were talking about this just before we went live, and just the complications after complications. And in the middle of that, the one thing that stood out to me was the small steps of progress. And so we've seen people come in that like from anonymous people to well-known individuals come in and just offer up really significant chunks of support. And that's massive. And now being on a medical aid, huge. So yes, I know 800,000 Rand is a lot of money any way you slice it. But we're here to make a difference, and you can make that difference. You might think it's insurmountable, but how do you climb a mountain? One step at a time. So like we said, it doesn't have to be money. It can be time, it can be engagement, it can be sharing, and you have that power here and now. And I'm very, very proud of everybody that's involved.
Man, Ninja, you inspire even me just sitting here next to you. I'm already invested at this, and you're just making me feel like I need to get more involved with this. And there are many ways that you guys can. Back a Buddy is the obvious one right now if you want to donate financially. But otherwise, like we said, just being here is so appreciated to us. And we hope that you're ready for some really fun Overwatch. Don't expect meta picks. We're going to see a Bastion at some stage today, I'm almost certain, because that chews through people who don't know the game very easily. People flying off maps. What is the thing you're most looking forward to with the chaos that our Overwatch today presents to you, Snowball?
Listen, the first thing that popped into mind as soon as you said Bastion is, you know what I want to see somebody do? I want to see somebody deflect a Bastion off. That I want to see somebody frame perfect Bastion, like deflect a Bastion ult. Is it gonna happen? Probably not. Can I boy a dream? Of course. But I think the craziest things are probably gonna be, especially if I remember from something like the Kiriko Cup, people like to check that gravity still works, and flying off the map is something that happens with alarming regularity. So, who knows? At the end of the day, it's gonna be crazy, but that's the kind of stuff that I'm expecting.
Oh, I don't think we can even start predicting. I mean, deflecting something, falling off the map or charging off the map. You guys can cancel charge, by the way, now if you're an Overwatch 1 veteran and haven't swapped across yet. You can cancel the Reinhardt charge, so no more excuses. You can also skid steer a little bit. There are no more excuses for you now going off the map, but I'm sure it's going to happen today. Some incredible plays and some incredible laughs I'm sure we're going to be having today, and we're excited to bring you all the action. We have 8 teams who have managed to come today, and they're going to have to fight it out in a best of 1 elimination. That's it. Every game is a best of 5 maps, I think, when in production for that, but best of 5 maps, single eliminations means you don't have that many lives. You've got to come in raring for the day number 1. And we're going to start our action off today with the Glory of Bob versus Jar Jar Fluffski. Another thing that I'm so excited for in this thing is just the names of the teams coming out.
Look, rocking up to this tournament, if we haven't made it clear, it's not professionalism that we're spouting. You will struggle to find more interestingly named people and teams anywhere else in the Overwatch League. So if you want professionalism, wait for the next Pro League match. But if you want the laughs, if you want what I believe the core of any online game should be, which is community and laughs, you're in the right place. So, Glory of Bob and Jar Jar Fluffski, aside from being wonderfully named, who are the wonderful players we can expect in these teams?
Well, bringing us off for Glory of Bob is ShazZ taking on that main tank role. Very well known, a very experienced Overwatch player, and so he's going to be a very stalwart front line, bringing up that DPS line, Migs and Rusty Pie Lover. Rusty Pie Lover's darling wife, darling Kitachu, and Tamziri going to be coming in on your support roles. And so they've definitely got a nice mixture of very good Overwatch players, people who have some experience in the game, and who are still sticks out to be, loves playing Ashe, and he's always spouting the Glory of Bob. And then on Jar Jar Fluffski, we've got Solden, Queen J, Nicholas, Bum Fluffski, and Binks to come out for today's action.
Again, a more varied team you will struggle to find. And look, I know we've got people that are very new to the game as well, and then we've got people that have been spouting about the Glory of Bob for forever and ever, amen. Now, what I like about that is that everybody can dive into Overwatch. Yes, you've got quite an in-depth game. It's got the skills, it's got the heroes, you know, and from good picks and comps to meta to maps and rollouts, it's got a high skill ceiling. But, as I'm sure Blur will tell you, you can crash course your way into Overwatch in a decently short amount of time. So, a lot of those people are going to be rocking up and just, I'm sure, getting ready for the vibes. Obviously, there's going to be some competitive spirit, but I'm sure it's all going to be in good fun and good nature. And at the end of the day, we will get to crown somebody the king of this tournament. Do we have any predictions off the bat, though, Altruism?
For this game particularly, or over all the different teams?
Let's stick with this game for now.
At this stage, I think the fact that the whole team is rallying behind Rusty Pileover here, with the glory of Bob literally being the name of their team, they're going, all right, he's going to be able to come in there, he's going to pop some heads and be able to really dominate the competition. I think that's going to be a storyline that we're going to see a lot throughout the day, is you're going to find some people not carrying their weights, just here for the lols, just here missing their shots. Some people who might just develop their first passion for this game after today, where they were like, I didn't do as well as I could have, but man, I love this game. And I think that's what we really want to see. Like you say, that's the point of online gaming, is to discover that love, that passion, those friends that you want to spend that time with, having all the laughs. But my vote has to go for Glory of Bob today. I don't know the players from Jar Jar Fluffski as much as their Overwatch capabilities can come in.
I'm just firing up the old sheet here to see this, and quite frankly, I know Rusty, I love him to bits, and I'm super stoked that he's got a great following. But how about I chuck my ball in the other half of the court?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I'm gonna go for Jar Jar Fluffski. Look, massive Star Wars nerd already. I love Mr. Fluffski as well to pieces.
Yeah.
So I think that is where my prediction is gonna lie for this first matchup.
I like it. I like it. In terms of people who can rally the community together, Fluffski is certainly one of them. He was one of the people who hosted the after party after Comic-Con. He just brought everyone, and it was an open invitation. Please
don't bring up those memories. So much drunk karaoke. Oh my goodness.
That's the point, right? This is not you know firsthand there, Snowball, how motivating he is to be able to get people to have a good time. And what a person to have on your team then. I think out of the two teams, whoever wins, I would say Jar Jar Fluffski probably going to have the most laughs out of any of our streams today.
Well, look, not to try and call out anybody specific, but also, hey Jesse, this is not chess, but listen, I'm being a jerk. I know she plays not just chess, but this is a very sharp woman. And I'm also wonder, what is that going to translate for her in a very fast-paced game where tactics are still important. It's not just about your split-second decision-making. It's like, cool, let's stack up like this, or shall we execute like that? Or, making those calculations on the fly, like in something like a MOBA, of like health left or like cooldowns. Those MOBA-esque elements in a game like Overwatch, you're like, okay, so-and-so's just used their charge is on cooldown, we can make it a play now. I'm wondering if that's something that we're going to see coming into effect, both for people that are brand new and people that have also just started.
That's one of the things about Overwatch, right? It's a hero shooter, so there's so many aspects. And I mean, I was never a first-person shooter kind of person. My aim is terrible. Please don't put me on something like a Widowmaker. But there's so many different aspects towards Overwatch that can come out and shine for anyone. I mean, you've got people like Mercy who don't actually take any first-person skill ability. But the fact that you can now adapt to that specific hero, I'm interested to see if people have picked up just one or two individuals. If you're coming from something like a Call of Duty, it's very easy to transition onto something like a Soldier 76, who has just that very generic shooter-style playstyle. And so you can still pop off, even if you've never played this game before. If you've just got good decision-making, something like a tank role, and having the awareness of how to play that, or like you say, those cooldown reductions, or the cooldown management is so important for some of these characters, way more than just your individual aim. So there is something for everyone, regardless of what your background is, what game you start to frequent. Overwatch has something that I think you can find to exploit here.
And everybody, I think, will have their chance to find that niche, as I believe, according to production, we have the players loaded in. Fantastic. Well, yep, we're gonna go to the maps then, which means Legion Tower first. Now, Altruism, any favorites here from what you can currently see on screen? Any favorites? Any ones you don't like? I know King's Row has been a bit of a ZA favorite, but you know, Lijiang Tower. What are thoughts on that? And then the rest of the map pool.
Ooh, very excited. Lijiang Tower, our first control map. If you guys don't know Overwatch, it's basically a king of the hill. One big objective in the center that the teams have to fight over. Last person to touch the objective can swing it around. So very diverse map, can really offer anything to any players. King's Row, very stalwart South African favorite, very standard here. And so you're going to find the people with a bit of Overwatch skill and experience going to know that map instantly. Esperanza, one of the new maps, as well as Circuit Royale, and we're going to see those adapted even with the new game mode thrown in there. And then if we get there, Ilios, another control map to really cap it off at the end. But we're going to be starting on Lijiang Tower. It's night market. There's a big in the tower in the center of the screen that you're looking at right now is the objective. Everyone comes out from the sides. They try and fight it out there. You really want to try get to the point as quickly as possible at the beginning of this without obviously taking any stupid pathings. And then you want to try and hold that. So no picks, don't fall off the side of the map. Two big cliffs that you really need to be worried about. And you're going to see people getting booped off, knocked off, charged off, falling off just of their own accord. Very different options for attacking this, and some very interesting team comps that we're going to see coming out here. On the side of Glory for Bob, obviously you see Rusty Pilelover on that text mark Ash there. Meg's going to be coming through as a Reaper. Darling Squish, the Mercy to pocket everyone, damage boost everyone up. Scars taking that tank role with the Zarya, and Kuro looking for some boops off there with Lucio. Meanwhile, on the other side, much more pick-heavy lineup. You've got Pillik on the Hanzo. Nicholas coming through with the Soldier 76, good consistent damage. Solden mirroring up that Zarya, and it is going to be Gloria Bob getting to point a lot faster here. Fluffski trying to stay alive on that brittle glass cannon that is Zenyatta to heal up as well. And Binks, who needs first-person accuracy when you've got a Moira?
Exactly. I'm loving the immediate aggression from Gloria Bob, and they seem to already have a formulated plan. As my goodness gracious, 3 of them go down, and oh my goodness, Kuro, you make me a happy man. Nick is also taken out by the Reaper, but you really make me a happy man because I'm a Lucio main, and boops are my game. That was, I mean, rude, sure, but entertaining, absolutely.
I told you, straight away from this part, as soon as we see a Lucio, you're going, anyone who tries to walk through that door and doesn't know how to stand behind a bubble or doesn't get that cooldown right, you are going off the map super quickly. Early pick comes out from Scars being aggressive, but the Mercy does allow you to res up. And we still see going a little bit on their own, Solden getting picked off at the beginning of this fight. So not the cohesion that we really want to see so far out of this Jar Jar Fluffski side.
And I'm impressed already because the aggression has not been let up. Yes, they lost out, but they're like, hey, we don't care if we lose the first engagement. We're coming back. And okay, Gloria of Bob holding on to the point at this point in time, dare I say, and being decently aggressive with holding the edges here. But I can see they're rallying together. They're ready to try and make another push. The Zenyatta, again, an interesting pick for me. And like you said, that's quite a pick-heavy lineup. They're looking to just like, hey, you can't fight us if you're dead. But Binks finds that cuts both ways as he gets taken out by the Zarya. The Ash doing some work. That's a very, very pushed up Zarya. Are you going to be able to make it back? Yes, your healers are there. There's a lot of damage, but hey, Rusty Pilelover, you're still in the game. Solden goes down and out goes an ult. Oh, my goodness. 3 from the side of Jar Jar Fluffski, but Rusty and Kuro go down as well. What an absolute scrap heap going down right now.
Wow, all the ultimates coming out from Gloria Bob. They did not take kindly to that Dragon Strike coming through the center of the points. Pillik being able to be aware that everyone came up and pushed up and was able to cut it off. But unfortunately, didn't really have the team behind it to follow it up. So getting 2 nice picks, but they turn around. Here we see attack visor being dropped. And this is going to be Nicholas looking to chew through anyone out of position.
And chewing through them indeed. I like the attack visor pull, but honestly, at the end of the day, there was just not enough. It's too little too late as they finally dive onto the point, claiming the very first round.
Oh, Gloria Bob doing such a good job of getting onto that point very early and then just fighting it out, using that cover, poking out when they had the advantage, and then stepping it back a little bit, being like, okay, you got the pressure. it was some trouble from Jar Fluffski to be able to break into that. You know, they were losing Solden in the front line a little bit too quickly. Wasn't able to build up that charge on the Zarya as much as they wanted. Didn't really get enough ults out of that, and so it kind of just became poke without Pillock being able to get those picks. And so there was never really the advantage for Jar Fluffski to be able to capitalize on that and take a fight for themselves.
Well, speaking of taking fights, I know of a very, very popular rollout that is very difficult to achieve, and there's a very infamous bridge that we are currently hovering over.
Oh.
Man, am I hoping to see some people go and check if gravity's still working. But the first engagement is now engaging on the bridge as the D.Va pushes past the backlines to try and get onto the point first. Maybe not the best idea considering the healers didn't super back her up. That's a mini D.Va fleeing. Some are still nope, not alive. I'll just eat my words as Nick does intend to check that gravity still works. And that's 3 down on the side, 4 down on the side of Jar Fluffski, and a bit of deja vu happening for Glory of Bob taking the first point yet again.
Again, Jar Fluffski just kind of separating a little bit too much. You can see Solden, he's very motivated to get into those back lines, really try and collapse on them, but going a little bit too far means everyone just turns around and looks at you, and now you don't have sight lines for your healers to get you. Going in very early again now, and you can see everyone collapsing onto him. This should be a very early pickoff, and the rest of the healers now kind of having to duel it out with the Reaper in the back line, who could just... Meg's actually getting picked there, the Bastion. This is what we wanted to see.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. You called it, and it's coming to life. You've manifested it, Altruism. And here comes the Bastion. Nick, hoping to do a bit more work there. And again, with an ult like the new ult like Bastions, I'm very curious to see how they can put it into effect. Rusty Pilover sending a dynamite the way of Nick, however, and scrapping that robot for parts. ShazZ taking down Pillock, but ShazZ eventually finding their own doom. And Darling Kitachu making sure the Fluffski is also out of the fight. The Reaper still right on the front lines here, and my goodness, Binks and Solden taken out by Kita's Mercy. No mercy being shown there, indeed.
I think that Darling Squish Kitachu there may have just doubled her normal average number of kills on Mercy in a game. If you guys aren't aware of Overwatch, Mercy is someone who normally just holds left click and gets this bright yellow or blue beam across the map. Doesn't really pull out the pistol. That's kind of for emergency situations, and Kitachu being able to pull off 2 kills with that at the end of this fight. Fluffski and his team really struggling, but here's a D.Va bomb on the point to start us off, and it picks up 1.
Does take out 1, and hopefully that's going to give them the space that they need. Now they've got a very low health teammates, but it's an absolute scrap. 3 down on either side. Solden is back in the mech, and Rusty Pilover for the glory of Bob! Bob takes out 2 as well, and then as Nick is trying to retreat, he catches more bullets to the face. So, at the end of that engagement, Glory of Bob coming out okay, and on 99%, can Jar Fluffski get back in time? No, they can't. I can't even get the words out in time as Glory of Bob, they take it once again.
This has to be now the boop off the edge of the map right now. A great way to start it off. Gets the speed up there, goes forward, and bye-bye. That's gravity coming into effect there. Instant kill there. Well, very aware from Kura there. And unfortunately for the side of Jar Fluffski, they took a long way down and quite a humiliating way to die at the end of it. But I'm sure they're going to be laughing and crying and screaming the whole way down.
Look, you learn more from a loss than you do a win, and I think that they lost a lot of lives from that boot. But Kuro, you have my heart. You have my heart. That is what I do. That is why I play Lucio. But a very stellar effort. Let's actually like break that down then. Freaking Glory of Bob, aggression from the start, and they were on the point first and captured the point first both times in both of those maps. Very quick matches, I dare say. Do you think that early aggression and getting to the point first was quite their pivotal thing, or do you think it came more down to maybe a lack of response on Jar Fluffski's side, or have I missed the plot completely?
I think that the early aggression really allowed Glory of Bob to set up on the point so nicely. They know how to play around that objective very well. You can see that there's some experience for that team as a whole coming in through here. And then it came down to how Jar Fluffski was trying to approach that fight. The fact that they were kind of like poking in at a distance without committing, except for their tank. Solden trying to go a little bit too aggressive at that stage. It makes it a very difficult way to execute. And, you know, the defenders kind of have that advantage on Lijiang specifically. It's not on all the control maps, but on Lijiang, there's such a big the defensive hold or defensive awareness, I guess, that the team can use. Advantage is the word I'm looking for, thankfully. You'd think that this was my first cast on Overwatch. I mean, the word advantage is real, guys. But the fact that JJ Fluffski was not able to overcome that advantage and then didn't know how to approach, they went through very narrow corridors at the back there with the Bastion, and can work, but you got to know how to execute, and you got to do it quickly and unified as a team. A little bit too much spread out from JJ Fluffski for now, but we'll see if they can come back, especially when we change up the game modes now.
Indeed, and yes, it might be a single elimination bracket. However, it is still a best of 5, so that is only one map down, and we are now moving on to the next one, which again, did you say Esperanza? I thought, not King's Row? Okay, fair enough. That's all right. Well, I was about to say it's a South African favorite, but guess what? Bamboozles for the foozles, as Mirage from Apex would say. So, and now it's been changed to King's Row again. Ha! Never let them know your next move, chat, regardless. As we move forward, now teams have already had a chance to, feel each other out. And we can... And it's King's Row, my goodness. Production, we love you, but also I'm gonna come and bite you. Oh yeah, sure, it's definitely not you. Okay, look, either way, we've got a lot now to see come to what's the word I'm looking for? Fruition. They've been able to see how each other work, both together as a team and against this team. Do you think one map rather, is enough to be able to change up your strategy enough and hopefully swing things back in your favor?
Oh, of course. You know, Control Point is very much a standalone thing. It gets the teams a nice way to kind of tussle it out, see what the other team is wanting to do. This is going to be a different ballgame completely. I think that King's Row is much more of a brawl-style map, so you're going to get two big people clashing. The teams stick together a little bit much. There's not the big area that you need to control as with the Control Point. And so I would love to see JJ Fluffski just throwing out something like a Reinhardt now, getting a big unifying factor, that massive shield that gives you the ability to back off when you're in a bad position. As long as he doesn't keep charging through on his own, I think it'll be great. Give time for Nicholas and Pilek to be able to get those picks that they really want to. Fluffski, you know, as the Zenyatta, was struggling to keep up with the rest of the team, and King's Row, you don't have that problem anymore. So it's going to be interesting to see if this is going to go one way or another on attack and defense. Maybe both these teams are able to just throw their body at the wall on an attack and not get anywhere. But yeah, I think this is going to be a very different matchup, and I would like to see some different compositions as well. Maybe bring the Bastion back. That was great. I wanted to see that one. That didn't get the respect it needed.
Yes, indeed. And speaking of maybe a switch up, I know Nick plays a decent chunk of Overwatch and is great as a DPS. King's Row's got some great sightlines. Do you think a Widow pick might be nice for either of the teams here?
Honestly, if you can play with good accuracy, if you are a decent AWPer in Counter-Strike, if you know how to use a sniper rifle, that is the hero that can do so much work. It doesn't matter that you're changing your scope slightly. It's a instant headshot kill on most of the characters. So I would love to see someone who's just like, hell, I don't know this game. I don't know what all the sightlines are, but if you leave me unchecked, I'm going to keep popping heads. And Widow would be a great character for that if someone has that capability. So if you back Nick, I'm backing Nick, 100%.
I back Nick, and I back the power of the sniper rifle, those long distance, sort of longer angles, as it were. But maybe then we need something like a Sojourn. And speaking of characters, let's have a look. Glory of Bob is now rolling out with Rusty, obviously on Ashe. We love it. ShazZ with the Zarya, and Kita comfortably on the carry DPS Mercy that she is. Kuro, however, is taking up Bastion. And we've got a Reaper as well for the closer quarters, which is great. Nick on the Widowmaker, he either heard me or I just know the man well. Pilek also trying to pick up the Reaper. Solden is taking the Diva, nice and tanky, close quarters. Fluffski on the Moira with Binks on the Ana, which is also great. But I'm interested there, who are we nanoing in that, situation? Because a Death Blossom, a Nuke, those are all going to make you very much unalived, whether you're boosted or not. So that I find that interesting. What do you think?
Oh, I would definitely put the Nano on the Reaper at this stage. He can do so much damage at this stage. Nick being put under some pressure here at the top there actually does get taken out at the end of it by Rusty Pine Lover. Still lots of healing that this side from JJ Fluffski is able to put out there, and they're going to need it with Solon going in deep straight away.
Going in deep, and maybe a little too deep, as the mech goes down and Baby Diva is now caught out very, very far in the back lines, and not long for this world as Megs decides to pick up 2 for their trouble. Rusty Pie Lover making sure Fluffski's also taken out of the equation. And while we're at it, Binks is going to burn to death. And we're now back to the one-on-one counter-sniping match between Nick and the Ash of Rusty Pie Lover.
I'm impressed that Rusty Pie Lover is willing to take this fight right there. One shot and you're done. Gonson, you got a Mercy behind you to be able to pick you up if you get it wrong. But he's taking a very disadvantageous duel at this stage. Ash doesn't normally match up super well. Big shout out to Megs though, just being aware of the big chunky hitbox that Sold is bringing to the fight and being able to put out so much damage. You got to respect the Reaper shotguns.
Absolutely. If you look, if you're close enough to see him, you're close enough to die. And again, an aggressive push from the Diva there. ShazZ does take out Pillock, and Solden does then go down for his trouble. Being punched in the face, no less, by Rusty. Rusty pulling no punches and whiffing no shot. Okay. Finally, Nick decides to put Rusty to an early grave, but his wife is there to scoop him back up and says, "Get back in there, King. For the glory of Bob, we fight." And it seems to be a bit of a poking match between the two. Finally displacing their position is Nick, and I'm sure they'll know that they're there. But what can you do with this now? This is interesting. It's a bit of a stalemate, and I've seen the Diva dive in a lot, up to no avail. What are they going to have to shift up to see something else happen as the Graviton goes out?
Oh man, Grav to start off this. It was a poke battle for so long, but it catches everyone. Doesn't get a lot of success though. Gives space to Nick to be able to pick up that kill on Kuro. He's going to be able to go down, get rezzed up at least, and now it's Nicholas's turn to fight out. Still this poke battle in the center by this archway, fighting it out. The nano boost is out onto the Reaper, but not able to get too much success from it just yet. He's going to now walk around the Baptiste amplification matrix, trying to get into the front line. Pays with his life. Diva just a second too late into that to back him out there. Here comes the Death Blossom, but picked up very nicely by the defense matrix. Now comboed with the Bob. And Meg somehow staying alive through that, even though he was slept right next to that Bob, that bomb right there. Rusty Pie Lover still doing so much work. And with this, JJ Fluffski pushed in hard. They were not able to capitalize on it. And such amazing flex coming out there. Desperation, Death Blossom at the end there. Pillock picks up 3, eventually going to pay with a life, but it was at the end of the fight. So nothing going to come from it.
Yeah, unfortunately, those 3 lives, while nice on a kill feed, are not going to do much in terms of getting you back on the point. And it was, again, Meg's literally taking a nap on the on the point was pretty wild. But they seem to have pushed back a little bit now. Nice. And it's going to be interesting. I see now Jaja Fluffski and the Diva of Solden is back on the point. They made a good push previously, but out comes the grab, and off it goes. We've got a very quick response from the team, but Solden is knocked out of their mech. That's their tank down, and Megs is coming in to clean up, taking out the enemy Reaper. Solden is now dead. There we go. I was going to say someone's still alive. Pushing in Megs once more, and they've been forced back off the point. It looked like such a strong push, but it's a 5-player kill streak from ShazZ as one by one they fall. Nick, however, on the Hanzo does take out Megs finally. Key to choose, picking them right back up, and ShazZ
someone's got to touch.
Nick. In the end, are we going to be able to make it? Do we have a Diva flyover? It's ticking down with no seconds left, and that is round 1 complete for the glory of Bob.
Whoa, complete hold there. I thought that there was a chance for JJ Fluffski to be able to come back into this because they did manage to get those 3 picks with the Reaper Death Blossom at the end of the fight, and there is a long walk back for spawn for the defenders. And so if the attackers are able to gather themselves very quickly, charge back onto the point and use that numbers advantage to win the next fight very quickly, they can take the point. But there was a little bit of hesitation. Everyone wanted to group up and didn't charge back into the point. Sometimes the trickle does work, ladies and gentlemen. It does actually happen like that. But this time it was Megs coming in late into the fight, able to teleporting to a good position to take out the back line there. Nick not getting as much value out of his sniper characters as we were hoping.
Not as much value, yes, and so we're seeing now a switch up onto the Symmetra when Solden moving on to the Orisa. Nothing changing on the side of Glory of Bob, which is curious. And I'm interested to see what they're going to bring to the table now. It was a massive poke match with a couple pushes from Solden, but again, just nothing being capitalized on there. Felt like they were pushing up a little bit solo. So is that if it's a communication thing or maybe just an overconfidence thing? I'm not sure. They're going to have to review it for this next round.
Now I like this. I like what's coming out of JJ Fluffski right now. They were like, that didn't work at all, so we're just going with Chaos. Solden, much better tank pick for you, I think. He doesn't like those little dive characters. He's going a little bit too far. Solden now going to make a very stalwart front line with the Sarisa. Nicholas going to be hopefully looking to chew people through with those turrets. Going to be having to do some homework is the side here from Glory of Bob, and a much better chokehold kind of composition coming out there. The grenades from the Junkrat going to be able to just barrage damage into the backline. They're just throwing grenades into the face of everyone, but it's still Rusty Pileover to get that first pick.
Indeed, and I'm keen on the Junkrat pick, considering the close proximity that is King's Row. But Pillock is taken out again by Kita. Oh, is this going to become a repeat? I'm not sure, but husband and wife are taking out side by side, and it is beautiful to watch. Scars pushing forward to Binks, and again, the Glory of Bob, their aggression, they're on the point, and it's going to be a very, very quick cap. And not only a quick cap, but a quick game. Well played, Glory of Bob.
Man, I think their Darling Squish managed to get that kill on the Mercy there. The third one of the match. What a bit of style there to come out there with the Mercy pistol, but certainly not alone in the team. Just maybe feeling a little bit left out of the DPS role there. Megs somehow staying alive here for this play of the game, just staying away from that Reaper and then cleaning it up at the end. Such a good consistent pressure on there, but Fluffski had no answer in 2 maps in a row now against what this Bob team is able to come out. The consistency of their picks, that patience to be able to flex backwards, that's the mark of a really truly experienced Overwatch player.
Absolutely, and I think you said it exactly right to say it's that consistency. We didn't see Glory of Bob changing up whether wanting or needing to their composition, but for JJ Fluffski, there was a lot of forced adaptation, I think, is what I can look at. Like, okay, well, this isn't working, let's try something else. Mid-match, let's try, like we're going to swap to something else. And I think that was quite interesting. So, something like King's Row, I'm surprised the Junkrat didn't come out a little bit earlier. But again, maybe it's just to do with skill level or even confidence level. That is a thing. Whether you're an experienced player or not, your morale and your confidence is something else that you have to manage. Not just your aim, not just your cooldowns, not just your teammates. It's a battle of the mind too. And taking 2 losses in a row doesn't help anybody. And honestly, I know I've thrown my lot in with them. I'm not about to go down, jump ship as they go down. I support my boys and girls. But let's see what they can now respond with after 2 losses in a row.
2 losses in a row is a big mental hit. You got to say that much. And Glory Bob's got to be feeling good about their team lineup. They're doing well. Everyone seems to know their role really well. Scar's putting up a really nice front line there. That Zarya doing work, able to manage those bubbles. And Zarya, if you guys don't know Overwatch, is the Russian woman with the pink hair with the beam that just gets stronger if you do damage to her. So you kind of got to take that out, or you're going to leave this powerhouse, one of the highest DPS in the game, considering she's a tank. So certainly someone that's intimidating to run into. You got Rusty in the backline, clicking heads all the time, being able to put out damage with those grenades. Darling Squish picking up their important picks that they are coming out from JJ Fluffski. And then you got Megs on that Reaper just sitting around. And Kuro, you got to give him the credit. He's got the boops in the first round. This time he was just keeping everyone alive. I think he got picked off once as the Baptiste and then got picked back up. So staying alive as a good support should. So I think the Glory Bob team is just running as a very good unit right now. And I did like the change up from JJ Fluffski to try that different composition. I think it's something that's a little bit more fitting towards their playstyle. Just throw in lots of damage and win out that stalled fight. That's these things are really ending up as most of the time.
Indeed, and I like what you're commenting on there, because it speaks to the team, what's the word I'm looking for? Fluidity?
Yeah.
The team,
Dynamics.
yes, composition, but yeah, dynamics. And so you've got somebody, who was playing a Lucio on the previous map, and then we swap over to the Baptiste, and that immortality field in such a close confined space, massive. Because when things go off, you can pop that and bam, off it goes. And that's huge. Obviously we've got a DPS Mercy that we now have to take into account, so that's definitely new. But hey, Kita, more power to you. We're moving on to the next map, and we do actually know which one it is now. Thank you, production. Esperanza it is. I'm making fun of them, but Esperanza, let's go. What can you tell us about this, Altruism?
Well, this is an interesting one because this is a push game mode. If you guys don't know, Overwatch push game mode, there's one robot in the center and it goes back and forth depending on which team has the advantage and has control of the robot. The idea is to just get the robot to push your barrier a little bit further than your opponents. Whoever is pushed further at the end wins it out. A very diverse map with lots of high grounds, lots of little alleyways for people to find little flanks too. It comes out down to consistency. You have to be able to win out fights and then push the robot, take out a next one to push that advantage a little bit. Obviously, the further you push the robot, the harder it is because you're closer to your enemy's spawn right now. So a big tussle in the beginning will set off who gets the robot moving in the beginning, but it's going to be coming down to who can win.
Set up at this point of the map. Nope, it's already run all the way back to the other side, and now you've got to adapt to it. So, speaking of adapting, let's have a look at those teams. Wow, there is absolutely nothing different to talk about with Bob, so I'm going to skim right through it. But the Reaper, Ashe, Zarya, Mercy, and Lucio is lovely to see. And on the other side, we have Hanzo. Very happy to see that. Nick's still on the Symmetra, rather. We're going to be interested to see how that goes. Solden, we're going to be bringing in a Sigma, which I think is quite curious. But yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to come into play along with the Moira and the Ana. So, more specifically on the side of JJ Fluffski, any comments on this composition for this map?
Oh, I like the Roadhog that Solden came out with a little bit more than this Sigma. If you don't know how to play Sigma properly, you can be put under a lot of pressure. Sigma's someone who really struggles when the opponents just run at your face, you know. He's very good at the poke battle, and so if the two teams stagger it out a little bit, Scar's getting an early pick there on the side, being able to take out Nick very early into this, and now he's coming from the side, you know. Everyone from this Gloria Bob side kind of just spreading out there. Kidachu once more with the pistol, though, going to be the most important aspect of this, and I think we're going to have to see JJ Fluffski just backing up and trying to maintain that good distance, that footsie battle with their opponents if they want to try to run this Sigma.
Have to agree, and I see already Nick with a swap out, so in comes Bastion, and we can see what they're going to be able to do. But again, this pressure that Gloria Bob seems so like adept at doing. Nick barely makes it out of his spawn. He didn't even get a chance to buy a postcard, and he's sent back to spawn. And so we have a very solid push with 8.5 minutes still left on the clock. The robot's already nearing the first checkpoint.
Guys, just shutting everyone off in the side room here, and backed up by Megs. Got the healing there from Kidachu. It's just an impenetrable wall for him that he's setting up right now. And I say that there is a crack. Is going to get taken out. Going to lose all the charge, though, unfortunately for them. Meanwhile, robots still busy pushing as they're wasting time on the side here. Good objective-based gaming here from Gloria Bob.
Very much so. I loved immediately, as soon as we swapped over there, I saw Stalwart and Firm, Rusty and Kuro on the point, just making sure while that wall was being put up, there was progress to be made. Megs, again, not stopping at all. Solden being put away to an early grave. And, oh my goodness, you're going to have to back up there, Mr. Hanzo. And, again, look at the aggression. Leave them alone. They're backing up so far. But, again, it just means there's no wiggle room here. And now with 3 ults in their economy on the Glory of Bob, along with 3 on JJ Fluffski, this means the next team fight could be quite explosive. How do you see this being able to play out? Never mind, here it comes.
That is cruel into the back line. Get the Graviton Surge to hold everyone in place and then throw the Bob through the center of them for the glory of Bob. Rusty Fire Lover going to be crying right now. I'm absolutely certain. Reminder, guys, if you want to go see this from his perspective or anyone else's perspective, there is an entire streamers list on the right-hand side of this. But I'm sure you're enjoying our action just as much as we see a Dragon Strike come through the center to start this off. And now the Nano Boost.
And here it comes. We'll see what this final push can make. I don't know if it's going to be too little too late. They're right up close, and there's no ult economy left on JJ Fluffski's side. It's an absolute fisticuffs battle, right face to face. Multiple members, however, going down on Glory of Bob. So a beautiful play there, but Megs is not yet done. The Death Blossom comes out, 2 goes down, and still with the push. That makes it 3 as Nick falls to the shotguns of Reaper. Immediately forgot their name. What is their name? What's the name of the shotguns?
the hellfire shotguns, as fitting, right? I mean, certainly putting in the work, gonna eventually go down, but it held this point for so long. Look at this, the robot hasn't even moved, and the rest of Gloria Bob is back into this. So no push progress coming on, and it's up to now Jar Jar Fluffski to try and hold this. That payload is mere meters away from the final point. If you can push that all the way to the end, you've got an opportunity, and this is going to be it for Gloria Bob. They've got that beta started out here. No more ultimates left in the bank for either team, and so it's just gonna have to be a brawl.
It's an absolute slugfest already indeed. However, Rusty getting taken out quite early with Binks. Wow, and Nick. It's a response, a beautiful response from Jar Jar Fluffski. And pushing in is Nick on the Sojourn and challenging that Reaper with that Pocket Mercy right there, keeping him in the fight. Now we have a Gravity Squeeze, I don't care that that's not the real alt name, in the pocket of Solden. Where do you think this is going to be best used? Because obviously Gloria Bob has now been pushed back and they're going to have to regroup. This robot moving all the way back. What do you think the best play for this alt economy is?
Oh, the gravitic flux. Well, not to be used right now, unfortunately. Nope, here it comes. Gonna try and get the solo pick onto ShazZ, but unfortunately that bubble gonna mitigate the damage, and no team follow-up, having lost 2 at the beginning of that fight, just kind of forcing that into it. So, tactical play, that wasn't it. That's all I'm going with.
Look, there's a saying in MOBAs, space created. So, space created for something else. But speaking of alt economy, we've got 2 back on Jar Jar Fluffski and 3 on Gloria Bob. And off we go. The Sojourn ult is ready. So does out goes the Mercy ult. And my goodness, what a jump shot from Nick. But Bob is right there, ready to clean him up for the Gloria Bob, putting him back down into an early concrete grave. It's very big aggression here from Gloria Bob. We're right at the end, and I'm wondering if this is going to be it for Jar Jar Fluffski. Yes, everybody's managed to respawn, but is it going to be enough? Out goes the Dragons! A beautiful push away. Kuro getting nommed by the Dragons, and the Hanzo taking scars out as well, but Meg's saying, no, we don't leave empty-handed, and they take out 2! Megs, you demon! And out goes the Transcendence, which I think is a bit curious, considering that they're already backing up. So another questionable ult use, but hey, if it works for you, it works for you. The pocketing going very, very well here. Husband and wife working together in tandem. Nick looking to try and take them out, whereas Kuro takes out Zenyatta. Scars, hello, didn't even notice that switch is now on a new tank as Reinhardt comes out and Meg still just doing what they do best.
Man, he's been loving that front line, and I mean, you could see why. Meg's there in the back line with Kuro was just such a pincer movement coming out there from the Gloria Bob. Oh, this is a big charge. ShazZ getting very aggressive and manages to pin the Moira, taking her out there. Good start here with a fire strike there to put in some more damage at the end there. This is just going to be a press W and go forwards here from the Gloria Bob, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Oh, here comes the Death Blossom.
There's the Death Blossom, and we had a beat just to make it happen, and that's 3 down for Megs. Gloria Bob is seeing their enemies fall before them. It's a complete team wipe. It's a very strong robot, and it's a final mile reach. Gloria Bob taking 3 maps in a row. My goodness gracious, what a play from this team.
Man, Gloria Bob may be the top team here today, at least from what we saw so far. And Rusty Pile Lover getting the credit for this one, getting the dynamites in the beginning, and then following it with that Bob straight through the center of the Graviton Surge there. Doesn't even have to be involved in the play, still managing to take the jewel at the end there, popping him out actually back towards it, so Bob gets the credits. But what... That was a stomping coming out there. This Gloria Bob team has some synergy. They know what lineup that they want to run. And while JJ Fluffski had some definite counter plays of their own, I think just the awareness of what everyone had to do coming out there. Megs, you could see her in that last fight, just wraith forming into the backlines. There's only one thing you're going for at that stage, and that's to press Q and win the fights.
Absolutely, and just winning fight after fight seemed to be the way to go. And dare I say, the majority of team fights were won by Gloria Bob, but even when they weren't, and we saw maybe at the end those 2 last kind of pushes where they had losses in their team, I don't think the robot made it past back halfway, because they were like, cool, pull back. They knew this, they understood the disadvantage, and didn't keep throwing themselves one by one. I spat on my screen, nobody mentioned that. And that was great. I loved that quick reaction. And the team synergy to go, all right, we're disadvantaged, regroup, let's push back. And that's exactly what they did. Not to mention, again, just great synergy. Great healing coming from the Mercy of Kitachu. Really good, like pocketing the people that need it. Lucio just in and around everywhere, but then beautiful plays from Megs. Hey, that's a backline. I'm just gonna go and walk around in that and unalive you. Phenomenal plays, and that I think is what's been really pushing them above. Look, I'm not gonna say there's nothing good to say about Jar Jar Fluffski. I saw some great plays from Nick at the end. There were some gorgeous shots, but at the end of the day, it seems that synergy has taken this victory.
Welcome to Overwatch, guys. You can't win it on your own. That's unfortunately the big thing if you're going to solo queue this game, is find some friends, get in there together, know what your role is, and then play it to perfection there. You talked about Megs in the backline stalling out the robot when they were only the only ones left alive. They're even managing to pick up 2 kills to just be like, no, okay, that's the end of your push before it even starts. So an incredible performance here from the Glory of Bob. Thank you to Jar Jar Fluffski. They have unfortunately been knocked out at this stage. It is just a best of 1 elimination, and so they're not going to be able to refine their strategy anymore. I'm sure they still had some fun. They can still play a couple of games together, and I'm sure that they're going to carry on streaming in the background. Meanwhile, we're going to take a short little break. That's it for us in the first round. We still have 2 more streamed matches today to bring you to the end of the bracket. The next game starting at 2:30, so a long break until that one, so you guys can go relax for a bit. And then our finals coming up at 5 p.m. That is going to be the big one. That's when you're going to see the incredible part of Overwatch, where 2 teams have just got it right. I would be surprised to see Gloria Bob not being able to make that at this stage. They just played so well here, it gives me confidence. But if they don't do it, it just makes me more excited for whichever teams do manage to get it. The day's only going to get better, guys. If you are waiting, looking for something to do for the next 2 hours, head over to the Backer Buddy page here. This is, of course, the Kidney for ShazZ campaign brought to you here by ZA Overwatch. Go follow all these streamers. Go pop into their chat, say hi, thank them for what they're doing today. I'm sure that they would love to get that. Give some new people a follow. I'm sure whoever you follow today will be a lot of fun in your future. They'll give you some memories, and certainly a good way to spend your time if you're doing it. And Snowball Ninja, any final thoughts on this match before we get off?
Well, I have to say, if this is indicative of what we can expect moving forward, I'm super excited. Yes, it was quite the stomping, and dare I say, I like a close match for just squeezing as much Overwatch as you can out of the matches. But that doesn't mean there's not still plenty to look forward to. Like you said, it's a bit of a break now, but we do have the semifinals and grand finals coming up at 2:30 and 5, respectively. And dare I say, Glory of Bob, a strong contender for those final matches. Who else will we see? Only time will tell, but we'll be ready and waiting for you back here when we do. Welcome back, everybody, to the Kidney for ShazZ Overwatch Showdown. We're about to dive into the semi-finals, and as you can see above us, that is going to be Cloud9 Real versus Uwu. Again, more creative names you will not find, but it is in fact me, Snowball Ninja, returning, and the wonderful Sun Phoenix is with me on the casting desk.
I'm super happy to be here. Always fun to cast with you again, Snowball. I say as if we've been casting together for so many years now. And I'm looking forward to seeing some new faces playing Overwatch. That's always a fun experience. Some faces many of you will be very familiar with and who you'll be able to see playing from their own perspective as the matches play out. But that's always fun to see, and I'm excited for more Overwatch too. It's pretty new, so the more exposure we get to it, I'm still pretty excited for that.
100%. Look, I know you said we haven't been casting together long. You are the first person I ever casted Overwatch with, and that's a vibe. But do you know what else is a vibe? Is this entire incentive is not just to take a bunch of your favorite content creators and hand them play games they've never played before and see what happens. No, this is for a far more somber but important purpose. The hashtag Kidney for ShazZ has been plastered everywhere on your screens, I'm sure, and this entire initiative is to help raise money for ShazZ to get a kidney. The entire backstory is something you can read up on, and I'll try and keep it short. But ShazZ and her mother have been desperate for funds, absolutely desperate. And prior to this entire thing starting, they didn't even have medical aid support. They do now, which is a huge step in the right direction. But they are still looking to fill the void of around 800,000 South African rand, which is, it's a mountain, and it's scary. And any of us that have either never experienced something, a hectic medical condition or medical anomaly or medical event like this, I'm sure you're feeling the privilege that you have now. And any of us that do have experience with it, I'm sure this resonates with you very highly. So, just to prove that Overwatch and online gaming is not just full of toxic people, this event has been absolutely fantastic in bringing together everybody for an amazing cause and raising what is currently a running total of 5,931 rand and 15 cents, which is absolutely incredible from just kicking this off. And that's what we've managed to achieve. Thank you so much, everybody, for the selfless giving. I do want to remind you that it is not just giving of your money that is something that you can do. It's giving of your time, it's giving of your interaction and your sharing. Please, as and when you can, get the word out, interact, and I guarantee you, we're all very, very thankful for you being here.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
So, I know that that's the emotional side, but I guarantee you there's going to be some more emotions floating up and around now as Cloud9 Real versus Uwu are going to be kicking off our first set of semi-finals. In the background, or rather simultaneously, it's, I believe it's, what's it, Greenie Gaming? And, thank you, yes, and then Glory of Bob as well. So we've seen Glory of Bob partake, but we have not yet seen these two teams clash together. If I can pull up the thing that I need here, but yeah, I'll just run through the names real quick. On our teams, we have Mama Succubus, Tendo Plays, Reggie's Revenge, Chambi, and for realsies. On the opposing team, we have Fox and Hound, Emma Dilemma, Samwise Banshee, Julia, and Wizard of Oz. I know a lot of them. Sun Phoenix, what can you tell us about what you know?
Very, very little, as it turns out. You've got me at a disadvantage here, Snowball. Probably for the first time of the 2 times we've been casting together, you know many more players than I do in these teams. So you'll have to do the heavy lifting on some of the background of these players. But I might not know the players, but I do know a thing or two about the game. So hopefully contribute just a tiny bit in that regard. Looking through the names, I recognize Tendo Plays. He's Tendo Throws in game. Hopefully that won't prove to be true. And I recognize Hobo Parker, who is a member of our Overwatch community, a competitive player. Used to play on a team called Ace Legion a year or 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. Support player. When I think of them, I think of Mercy. So wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of that. And then looking at the other names, not many I recognize. Some I like the play on words. Samwise Banshee, good name if we're rating names. But otherwise, I'm just excited to see how these guys do. And it's always fun to see new people play and these kind of games because there's no meta. It's like, what do you know? What heroes do you like? Just play those, and whoever's better at what they're doing will probably win.
100%, and like you said, this is not something we're coming in to experience Pro League strats and the most pinnacle meta. This is going to be a no-holds-barred slugfest with everybody diving into their most comfortable driver's seat and driving headfirst into the competition. But if I do think of a couple of people that will stand out on the kind of the first-person shooter front and indeed the Overwatch front, Tendo obviously rings a bell. He's FPS, primarily FPS streamer, and he's been a caster himself for a number of years. And I've seen it. I know he's good. So I'm expecting some nice things there, especially coming from somebody that's playing on damage. Mama Succubus. Mama has a special place in everybody's heart, and seeing her taking up the tank role feels almost fitting. My boy for realsies and Chambi are also from Nibble, so I'm trying not to show favorites there. But yeah, Reggie as well is a formidable FPS player. Now, Fox and Hound, I have also seen them work their butts off in Apex, in COD, and also in Overwatch. So big things to come from there. Emma Dilemma have had the pleasure of interacting with during her kind of warm-up period, and that's promising. Samwise Banshee Sam is adorable. She's fantastic, and I have no doubt she's going to be bringing both the love and the pain. And then as for Wizard of Oz and Besh, aka Julia, both of our healers. Let's see what they can bring to the table. Because some people think healing is what's it called? An easy what's the word I'm looking for? An easy job, an easy role. But for Bish and for Wizard of Oz, I think they're going to be put through their paces, especially with aggressive plays from maybe somebody like Fox and Hound. So that's a bit of my background from my very limited knowledge as well. But all things as they stand, you want to try and make a prediction?
Oh, gosh. You're asking the person who knows nothing to make a prediction here about how it's going to go. In terms of recognizable names, I would have to go with Cloud9 Real. But, Overwatch is a fun game. It's an FPS, obviously, but it's not an FPS like a lot of the other FPSs. Well, the most popular FPSs in the country are Apex, Counter-Strike, obviously. A lot of people playing the likes of COD and Battlefield as well. But those are the kind of games where your ability to click heads is tantamount to the totality of your skills a lot of the time. I'm sure anybody who plays that those games are rolling their eyes right now. I'm saying there's more to it than that. You gotta use your brain. You gotta have tactics and skills in other places, and that's true. But Overwatch is unique in the sense that some of the roles require little to no aim some of the time. You look at tank, you don't need to have good to perfect aim all the time. Being a solid FPS player isn't necessarily going to stand you in good stead if you're playing tank or you're playing support. That's not to say you can't excel with good mechanical skill in those roles. You absolutely can. And some of the best tank players, for example, are excelling on heroes like Junker Queen and Zarya and Orisa, heroes that require pretty good aim. So I'm excited to see these players that you spoke about a number of players who are solid FPS players. I'm excited to see how that translates, because Overwatch is a totally different ball game. But if these guys had come into today never having played Overwatch or Overwatch 2, they've at least got one best of 5 series under their belt. So hopefully any cobwebs, and these guys will obviously have both won that game. So any cobwebs that they might have had coming in, hopefully those have been shuffled off just a little bit and a little bit more comfortable with things if they weren't before.
Absolutely.
I ignored the question about the prediction.
Listen, we'll dance around it. How about we cast predictions after we see them diving into the matches in a few minutes? Now, here's the thing. You did mention it. This is not their first game of the Showdown, which means hopefully they've warmed up. Hopefully they've stayed warmed up during the breaks, but they have not faced off against each other yet. Wonder, has there been some sneaky stream watching and observing your competition?
Yeah.
I'd say that's a good move, but has it been utilized properly? I'm interested to see. Glory of Bob took their series in the previous match that we casted in a very, very aggressive manner. Will there be similar strats today? I'm not sure. What I am sure of is the match is about to begin.
Yeah, we will be starting on Lijiang Tower here. One of the oldest, literally one of the oldest Overwatch maps, of course, came out when the game launched. So a lot of old school players will be very familiar with these maps, but that can be a difference maker here as well. You know, the relative difference in acuity with Overwatch or Overwatch 2. You know, you and I, Snowball, we think Overwatch is a great game and we love it. And we've played a lot of Overwatch and Overwatch 2. But a lot of these players will have differing levels of how much of the game they've interacted with. And that can make a big difference to what you can do as a team. But looking at the compositions here, as we come into Control Center, our first point of Lijiang Tower, very interesting stuff here. I like the Diva from Fox and Hound. I think that's a hero that can do a lot. Both teams, in fact. Mama as well on Uwu running that. We got the Bastion from Tendo, a unique pick to say the least. Both teams favoring the Sojourn. One of those heroes you'd think makes a lot of sense if you come from an FPS background. Mostly about clicking heads, if I can put it that way, and good tracking will really serve you well there. On the support side, again, both teams running. The Baptiste makes a lot of sense, but immediately Cloud9 going to lose their tank.
Jeepers, yes, Fox and Hound nice and aggressive, but immediately punished by Tendo, and that Bastion is also going to take out Emma. Chambi, for realsies, Reggie, all diving in to get some kills. Samwise, however, on the way out is going to try and take out Tendo as well before Samwise finally falling to Chambi as well. So an aggressive start indeed, and maybe a little overly aggressive as Team Uwu take the first point. It is in their control, but will they be able to keep it?
Yeah, I think they just got surprised by the Bastion. I think when Fox came around the corner, they weren't expecting the Bastion to just shred through the Diva quite so much. And once your tank falls in Overwatch 2, you're in a big spot of trouble, especially with the Bastion on the enemy team. But again, Fox dropping low, but they will get the first pick.
Brilliant, and you did mention as well, back in the old days where we used to have two tanks, that was completely different dynamics. So now those aggressive plays need to be backed up by an aggressive team, and aggressive it is as Fox and Hound takes out for realsies, and Hope and Parker is going to be going down to Reggie, however. Battle of the Diva tanks on the point here. Mini Diva's been popped out of her can, and she's jumping, she's weaving, but that is a lot of damage for a little body to soak up. It's pure aggression at the moment. Tendo throws, making sure Wizard of Oz on the Lucio swap has been taken out of this fight. And
wow.
Fox and Hound immediately also, the retribution, knocked out, and Baby Diva's down. Uwu back in control.
Yeah, that's shocking to me. They look like they had such a good start on the side of Cloud9 Real. I thought they'd have that one nailed down. They got the early pick. They was getting picks after that, but every pick they were getting was countered by another pick from Uwu. So that was kind of a difficult start. And we see here Fox and the Hound trying to get aggressive, but this Bastion just shredding through.
My goodness. Wow, speaking of being shredded, that's immediately 3 down on Cloud9. But what an absolute nuke from Fox and Hound. It's beautiful. Resetting everything. Here comes another one. Can we survive it? We can. There's absolute carnage on the point, but with 3 down on either side, it's turned into a bit of a scrap fest. The Tracer from Emma Dilemma taking out Chambi. This Tracer desperately trying to stay alive with their Baby Diva. That is so close. But Kiriko gets taken down. Samwise is the culprit there. The tank is back on there, but oh my goodness! From Uwu, it's disgusting! Reggie serving up an absolute Sojourn knuckle sandwich, and Mama taking one for good measure. Cloud9 sent packing and sent to the clouds as they claim map 1.
Man, that grenade, it looked like they were trying to get killed by it. They all kind of huddled around behind that central console, and the grenade just totally ripped them apart. Yeah, that was, one-sided on paper, but every fight was a slugfest. Every fight had kills going in both directions, and it's a little bit of I don't like to criticize, because I mean we're all having fun here, but just a tiny bit of sloppy play from Cloud9, just not quite finding the targets or focusing the same targets and getting the kills they need to, because they would often come into fights with solid play, get a couple of picks to start it off. A big ultimate from Fox and Hound there, cleaning up a few, but losing players in the meantime. So I think there's a lot to play for, in spite of how one-sided that looked from the side of Uwu.
I have to agree. Look, it's one round on one map, and there's still everything to play for. I'm gonna say it, I'm upset there's no Lucio here, because the boops are very real on this map. The Bastion, however, still in and going strong. So, an immediate fight on the point. Wizard of Oz is going to be the first one to be taken down by Reggie. Mama Succubus is low on health. Samwise goes down, and the Baby Diva's out. But look at that response. Samwise and
nice.
Parker serving up their own retribution. Tendo throws, taking out the healer, and Emma Dilemma falling to Chambi. So, a very, very strong start here. But Fox and Hound says, listen, we're not done. You think I'm a baby? I don't think so. Still gonna give you problems. But it is indeed Team Uwu to claim the point first. Now, that's how we saw that happen the first time. son.
Oh, jeez.
Cheap, that's just, first of all, just rude, I have to say it. Which, gosh, okay, calm down. But we saw it happen the first time.
Oh, man.
Do you think this is them sticking to their guns, or do you think this is Cloud9 not adapting properly?
It's hard to adapt so early on. I think really for me a big key here is that Bastion is just pumping out so much damage. Of course, Snowball, you and I'm just going to talk to this team fight because it's kind of falling apart a little bit. It's you and I know from playing a lot of Overwatch 1, Bastion can be a kind of a noob destroyer, if I can put it in a bit tactless term like that. You need to know what you're doing to deal with Bastion, otherwise you're going to get absolutely destroyed. In Overwatch 2, it's kind of similar, just because if you're out of position for half a second, he can trade you, but they're pushing forward now. They've got a couple of kills, and they've got the tank. This might be the one, Snowball.
This might be it indeed. It was a good push, and we've seen them get taken down. Here comes the nuke. Is everybody going to be able to move out of the way in time? It claims nothing, but it does claim some space to work with. Those Hellfire shotguns going to work, and down goes the Kiriko. How dare you, my waifu. But look at that response. Cloud9 coming back down to earth, finally taking out Tendo, scrapped for parts, and the point is now in their possession. D.Va's just brawling it out on the sidelines.
Oh, but it's going to be Mamasaki Bus gets the better of that. Fox and Hound immediately finished off by Reggie, and now they can move in on the side of Ooh. Can they get anything? Yes, they can. Big self-destruct's the name of the game here. Another one for our D.Va players. That's going to be it. Ooh, clean up nicely, and that small advantage they had, Snowball, totally ripped from their grasp.
Absolutely, and setting up the defenses. The Bastion, sorry. The goes down, and they push through like nothing's happening. And speaking of a push, here comes the Kitsune Rush. Wizard of Oz is going to fall first in this team fight. Emma and Samwise pick up their own frags. That's a very low health tank, but here comes the Riptire, and it's Tendo taking that right to the nose. In the backlines is Emma Dilemma, and Mama Succubus is going to go down to Samwise. And look at that, flip-flop goes the point, and Cloud9 have it in their clutches once again.
I think, getting just a little bit aggressive there. Nice early window. You like to see ults being used aggressively and assertively, but that might have been too assertive there, right on the front choke, and they end up losing both of those players and now in a hard position. A very early beat here. They're not really getting aggressive off the back of it, so interesting to see what they can get done here. Tendo dropping low, and there we go. There's the pressure. Nice work from Fox. Not going to drop him just yet, though, and that's going to be the tank going down.
Beautiful response there to put up the immortality field, and Fox and Hound does then go down to Tendo. And here comes the artillery barrage. In it comes on the point. Mama Succubus does take out Samwise on the side there. And again, with Wizard of Oz falling as well, Chambi takes out a Hobo. And oh my goodness, Reggie falls to Emma. It's an absolute cleanup, and the point is Uwu's once again.
It is indeed. We're going to have to look at Emma Dilemma here and see what she can get done with the Death Blossom. A bit of an early move in here from Fox and Hound. It's going to be hard for them to push in now. We'll have to see if they can get it down. Emma can TP onto the window here if they can get the touch, but it doesn't look like they can. And that's going to be that Snowball. Game 1 going to
My goodness. Now, here's the thing. I'm curious. We mentioned it immediately, or I want to mention it immediately, rather, that early beat. Do you think that cost them? Because that was very early. There was no pressure. They still had another 2 ults in the back lines ready to rock and roll. Do you think that was something that cost them there?
Yes, but I think they were also running the Zen, right? So
yes.
They were able to pop Trance to counter the artillery strike from the Bastion at least. But they got kind of split up by the D.Va there. Mama Succubus did a great job of getting into the backline on the right-hand side of the point and just getting a couple of picks. So I think she's been key here. She's keeping a lot of pressure off the Bastion. You know, when you're playing Bastion, maybe not in Overwatch 2 so much, but still to a certain extent, you kind of susceptible to getting pressured, and we saw Fox and Hound doing a really good job trying to get on top of Tendo, force him to get killed, and you pointed out a great immortality field there from Hobo Parker to keep him alive, and that was amazing. But there was no other pressure other than the D.Va, because the opposing D.Va was doing the same thing, and Mama Succubus was getting the better of that trade. So yes, the beat was costly, but again, it's kind of like, I mean, if I was playing in my comp games, I'd be annoyed by that, but in a fun streamer environment like this, these things happen. Maybe they saw something we didn't. Somebody was low who needed the help, but it did seem a bit like, generally if you want to use beat like that, you want to then move forward and use that extra HP to allow you to get the kills on the front line. So yes, did it cost them? It did cost them something, but these things happen.
These things happen indeed, and that is more than okay when it is in fact 5 maps that you have to play with. So the first one, being claimed by Team Uwu. Well played, and I'm very interested to see how King's Row goes because, Sun Phoenix, it's a ZA classic, and we are going to be diving right into that right now. Interesting for me will be the change up, if at all, in compositions. It's a more claustrophobic map, if I can pull that term up, but it's also got some gorgeous sightlines. So, the Sojourn with the railgun, but also immediately jumping to mind is the Widowmaker and maybe even a Hanzo to take advantage of those longer sightlines and alleyways. It's going to be interesting, and I wonder how both teams are going to adapt. But just before we head over, this is... damn it. This is just for you, Haley. It's Cloud9 Real versus Team Uwu.
I'm glad
You're
you're
welcome.
here because I couldn't carry that one myself. It is King's Row, as you say. I think that you're absolutely right. I think the Widowmaker is an interesting pick for me because with a lot of these players coming from FPS backgrounds, I'm looking at these heroes that are like, this is the FPS hero. If you come from Apex, Counter-Strike, COD, Battlefield, anything like that, this is the hero that you should start on.
And Soldier, surely.
Absolutely, I was just about to mention. Soldier is like the quintessential. They used to call him something along the lines of the COD hero, or I can't remember. It was literally 6 years ago at this point, guys.
Yeah.
And Widowmaker is one of those. If you're a sniper in Counter-Strike, I don't know roles, dude. I'm making myself. I'm like, I don't know anything about other FPSs. This isn't really an FPS. It kind of is, but it also kind of isn't.
Oh dear.
I'm a MOBA boy. Let's talk about like ward placements and shit.
Ward placements
Then I'm
and
like,
last picking
yes, I know
effectively,
that
yes.
stuff. But Widowmaker, absolutely, it's a pick that could get value here. Emma Dilemma is going to be on that. We saw a little bit of the Tracer. I thought it looked quite good, so maybe we see some more of that from Emma. But Tendo here, he's playing the Bastion, he's playing the Torbjorn, he knows what he's about.
Well, we wanted to see the Widowmaker, and Emma, it seems, is going to be the one to show up in that regard. And immediately as they come out of the gates, there's a lot of contesting. Fox and Hound and Mama Succubus both sticking to their diva roles. Sam, however, is sticking to being dead. Chambi taking his head off. Fox and Hound is demeched, and Wizard of Oz gets taken out by Tendo on the Torbjorn, which is very interesting. What else is interesting is the fact that Cloud9 are all freaking dead. Team kill from, my goodness, from Team Uwu. Well flippin' played. And a well-deserved point with 3 minutes 30 still on the clock.
Yeah, very, very swift stuff there. This is something that Uwu's doing really well, is they're getting opening picks and then immediately following it up with more and more picks and using that start to just get aggressive and get kills. And here we go again. Tendo finds that pick. He picked up quite a few in that last team fight and looks like he can get the DMEC as well now. Moving forward, no fear at all. He is dropping low, but he won't go down.
Absolute legend. And again, I like the Torbjorn pick here because of the use of the turret, but it's Chambi that's
my
really
goodness.
making some work happen here. Forget being a healer. This is a DPS player in disguise. We absolutely love to see it. Fox and Hound, the baby diva, goes down to Tendo. And here we go, the aggression from Tendo. Chambi right by his buddy's side. My goodness, you're going to need to get out of there, Hobo Parker. You can't do anything. The Molten Core is all over the ground, as is the life force of poor Hobo Parker. And a beautiful, beautiful aggression from Team Uwu. That is a very, very fast approaching payload, and not a lot of ults to work with here on the side of...
Can she not see Emma on the top there? We can see it, right? She can
Wait,
also
what?
see it. I mean, isn't there a more Baptiste thing than having to turn around to lob healing grenades at your team because you're frontlining like the main tank here? You get 2 picks, you're like, I'm unkillable now. I'm basically invincible. Just moves forward, gets another 2 after that, and you know, Chambi really opened that one up. But Tendo, he's going to open this one up for Uwu here. Cloud9, they're in a really tough spot.
In a really tough spot indeed, as that ult goes out as well, and massive damage increases. Fox and Hound gets taken out by Tendo. Very, very aggressive from the Torbjorn here, and I'm loving seeing that. The Immortality Field goes down, barely keeping them alive, but eventually Wizard of Oz is taken out by Tendo. Emma responding by taking Tendo's head off, but it's Chambi and Reggie to put both of those 2 down, as multiple fall on the side of Cloud9. Only 1 ult on the side of Cloud9. That's a Riptire, which can do a lot of work. We know this, son. And it's both Mama and For Realsies sitting on their ults. But it's coming close. That payload, rather, is rapidly approaching. And Chambi is just doing Chambi.
Oh my god, dude. She's invisible. She's playing Sombra right now. Spy from Team Fortress 2. That's another FPS that I'm pretty
Hell yeah,
familiar
we
with.
love it.
Reggie, though, he's getting aggressive. Fearless on the front line. 13 HP, still alive. Doesn't even go down. Takes down the tire as well and still firing in the damage.
Reggie, you absolute madman, eventually put down to pasture. Hobo and Samwise getting their reflex, but it's Tendo with the turret that takes out Hobo. And on the backlines, Emma's trying to hold their own, but eventually Tendo takes out Emma. And it's a final push here from the tank on the side of this poor team. Ooh, it's a push. Can we keep them alive? Out they go with a D with a mech kill. It's 3 for Fox and Hound. What a disgusting play. The explosion goes out, but it's nothing to be said for it. But it doesn't matter when if 2 of their team just got turned into pancakes on the pavement. The freaking payload is sitting inches away from finding its finish. But with 4:20 left on the clock, there's still a lot of defense to be done on the side of Cloud9.
Absolutely, but Emma on the Soldier is doing so much more than she was able to get down on the Widowmaker. You can see the damage is increased exponentially coming from them, and every pick now is worth a lot. But that's going to be bad. Reggie once again finding the opening pick here. Was it down? But there we go. Some returns at least.
And the Molten Core being activated as well. And for realsies trying to make something happen. Does take out Emma as the healer, which again, Kiriko, you gem. Samwise making sure Reggie, however, is put into his place. For realsies taking out the baby diva. And it's again, a good fight being held by Cloud of 9. I'm very, very impressed here. I think they need to wait, Team Uwu. They need to recollect. That's not the composition you want to be fighting with, just 2 of you. But here they come, the Junkrat pushing forward, and I want to see what they can do now. That Riptide is ready. Oh my goodness, Samwise. Here comes the Riptide. What are we going to see? But no, it's too much of a sight line. Those King's Row sight lines now coming into play as, again, Chambi playing Somber.
Oh my god, what is happening here? It's just totally invisible, almost gets spooked off the edge there, but will be safe. And nobody can really get up here, I suppose, but they should at least be looking at it. Drop down, looking to kill the Zenyatta here, won't get it. Now there's a Reaper in your face. Immortality Field will keep them healthy, but eventually Chambi will go down, and that's your main healer down, and yeah, it should just unravel from there.
Unraveling indeed as both Kitsune rushes are out. It's an absolute flurry of left clicking, and Reggie trying to hold the point down, but you are just 1 lone DPS, and you're getting cleaned up. Fox and Hound overtaking 2 on the Diva. We love it. Tendo throws is immediately getting his turret scrapped, which is just a shame to see, but Emma Dilemma cleaning up Mama Succubus, and again, once again, son, resetting it for Cloud9. I said they had over 4 minutes to defend, and I said that with not a lot of confidence in my voice. Color me impressed.
Yeah, that's 2 minutes off the clock there if you do the math. And I think the key difference here since the start has been Emma on the not Widowmaker. No disrespect to her Widowmaking abilities, but that here is very feast and famine, and the team was starving, but now they are eating pretty good.
Indeed, eating them up, eating bullets, it would seem. Here comes both nukes.
Oh no!
It's a thermonuclear war, and it's 1 claim for each of them, diving back into their mechs and into it again. The Sojourn ult is ready. Are we going to see it come out? But Fox and Hound and Emma take 2 away from Uwu already, and it's now time for Tendo. There comes the Molten Core. I was calling it, and that aggression is coming out. It's beautiful to see, but can he put it to good use? Oh my goodness, he can! It's 2 teammates from the side of Cloud9 burnt alive. Reggie on the ult of Sojourn takes Wizard of Oz rather down. Reggie and Tendo throws wipe Cloud9 up and push with great satisfaction the payload right to the end of the objective. Beautifully fought from Cloud9, but in the end, just too much time on the clock.
1 minute 33 though, I'd be pretty happy with that if at some point there were nearly 5 minutes on the clock, because that's a big chunk of time you burnt down, and 133 is a completely assailable time. That's totally doable. I think, what can you say other than Tendo, the man, coming out there with the Molten Core, staying alive, getting that double kill, and once the respawns come through from Ubu, who are at a pretty major respawn disadvantage on this point, and managed to just get pick after pick, Reggie getting so many with the overcharge, and that was that. But Cloud9 showing a lot of stuff there. Like I was saying, I think the Widowmaker is very feast and famine, and it seemed like Emma just wasn't able to get the picks, because you can't just do damage with Widow. You kind of need to be getting picks, otherwise you'd be better off with something that has a bit more of an impactful ultimate. So yeah, switching to the Soldier and then to the Reaper especially ended up, I think, making it so much harder for Mama Succubus to find value on the Diva, and meant she could contest Chambi on whatever high ground they were hanging out on. So I like that switch. I'm interested to see what they can do on the Sojourn now, and also interested to see if they can just find the picks and follow up on kills, because that seemed to be an issue for them. That initial pick was coming through, but kills were just coming in the other direction. Uwu seemed to be better at following up team fights, but compositionally here, pretty much the same for both teams otherwise.
Both the same indeed, but will we see the same tactics as the very aggressive Fox and Hound pushing up immediately? And there's an absolute bottleneck through the opening of this point. My goodness, for real, this really is clicking heads with this Kiriko, and I can very much confirm as a FPS player that is what I'm proud to see him. Chambi takes out Wizard of Oz, and Emma Dilemma is going to keep putting poor Tendo's turrets to bed. Chambi takes out Samwise, pushing them back again. That initial push from Cloud9 halted in its tracks and ready for potentially a little bit of a regroup.
Oh, they need to be careful here, Cloud9. This is where you can really lose a lot of time regrouping but getting constantly picked. This is where discipline becomes paramount here, because you can just lose the game here if you're not careful. But they are now grouped up, they are coming forward, and they have got that opening pick onto the D.Va mix, so this might be exactly what they need.
Brilliant indeed. It's pushed down. Fox and Hound now on the Orisa. On and dead on the Orisa. There's some low health heroes and they're busy pushing up, but immediately Fox and Hound is brought back into the fight and takes out Chambi as Retribution. Samwise putting Mama Succubus to bed, and this is the ground that they needed. Cloud9 pushing back up onto point. Tendo throws. Not going to be long for this world. And please run. Please run. Oh, he's dead. Javelin to the face, and a fresh control point goes to Cloud9 with 2 minutes 30 and ready to rock and roll.
I think the key there was actually that javelin. The Orisa made a big difference there. She could tank up nicely. She was forcing so much damage through, and they ended up getting that early pick on the D.Va, and it looks like they're going to do that again, almost. Not quite, just barely getting out. But now they can move forward here with the Kiriko Rush.
It's an interesting play of this Kitsune Rush, but hey, look, this seems to have been punished here. Samwise and Fox and Hound stopping that early aggression the aggressive defense from Team Uwu, and now they're just sitting on 2 ultimates aside and a fast-moving payload with 4 minutes 20 left on the clock. This is everything to pay for. The ult economy is looking great, and I'm interested to see what's going to come out first here, son.
Yeah, I think the key there, pushing through that choke, you can really get stuck there if you're not careful. So they got the setup from Uwu. They managed to set up on that point, but the Kitsune Rush from Cloud9 Real just managed to push them through. But now, Kitsune Rush in the other direction and a huge molten core as well.
It's absolutely wonderful. What a response. 2 already down on the side of Cloud9. And that was 2 of them that were holding on to the ults. There's going to be nothing that Cloud9 can do in this team fight as they're all swept up and eaten for breakfast. An aggressive response and exactly what was needed for Team Uwu. Stopping the payload in its tracks. Cloud9, they're now going to have to regroup. But sitting on 3 ults, I don't think they're anywhere out of this fight.
No, not at all. But you can see now they've set up a nice aggressive defense here on the side of Uwu. Now they can move forward though. Fox and Hounds has the ultimate at the ready. Kind of an awkward ultimate to get value out of sometimes. But look at this. Invisible Sombra Spy here on the high ground. But here comes the bomb. Finds 2.
Beautiful. Immediately punching a hole in the defenses of Uwu. Chambi, I don't know how you're still alive, quite frankly, you Sombra healer, you. Emma Dilemma putting in the good work and taking out Mama Succubus. This is the response we needed from Cloud9, and still 2 ultimates left to play with. Chambi takes out Samwise, and Samwise takes out Reggie on the way out. We love to see that. I always do. It feels bad when it's you, but it's really funny to watch. So back in possession of the payload is Cloud9. A few scraps busy happening as Chambi's trying to punch Kiriko to death.
Oh my goodness.
And there's a lot of fighting going on still. But, my goodness, Cloud9 falling so fast in the revive. What an absolute revive. Trying to get out of there, poor Hobo Parker, and trying to keep desperately their Orisa alive. Here comes the Kitsune Rush from Cloud9, and the aggression pushing Team Uwu back. I'm not sure what's going to come of this team fight, though.
Finally, they killed Chambi in the backline there. I was wondering how long she was just going to get pick after pick after pick, but they do take her out. Now they can move forward. Tendo will drop as well, so in spite of all that, they never really stopped the card from moving that whole time, so they should be able to get a 2nd-point cap here again. Mama Succubus in the backline getting picks, but meanwhile, back at the ranch, point will be capped here for Cloud9 Real, and that's really all that matters in Overwatch. Kills are nice. Throne means everything.
Doesn't mean everything indeed. And speaking of kills, seems Emma's swapped out to our Cassidy to see if they can make a bigger impact now that we're moving into maybe some of the closer quarters. But speaking of which, Chambi and Reggie don't seem to need that because Chambi's a DPS player, remember?
Oh boy, and hasn't she been showing it?
It's absolutely wild. Okay, so we're ready to rock and roll. It's 3 minutes left and the final push. We've got an ult from the tank, which should help stall for time, but it's Uwu still in control of the point at the moment, but rapidly losing it. Out comes the moment call. Here comes the ult. The ult doesn't necessarily kill anybody, but it's brought them all together like a happy family. Samwise with the martyrdom takes them out. Here comes Chambi's ult. Are they going to be able to make something of it? No, it's Fox and Hound and Wizard of Oz to go down to Mama Succubus and Chambi, and a beautiful hold. Reggie's still holding on to their ultimate. Emma Dilemma does take out Tendo, but they're going to have to regroup and reset to be able to knock Uwu off this point.
That pick might be key now because they've all respawned. They can come forward with lower numbers. Chambo on the high ground here, invisible as per usual, just putting the damage in. We'll have to beat a hasty retreat now. Maybe not. We'll turn. Look at good target prioritization. They're trying to get that Mercy booped forward though, dropping low. Nice immortality feel. Not just, I was going to say pretty face, but I meant good DPS person. She is able to keep herself and the team alive here, but there we go. Another good pick. M-Deliver on this McCree might just be what they need to force their way through.
Forcing their way through indeed, as out comes the Kitsune Rush, and it's an absolute fatal funnel here. They're pushing forward, the Junkrat, the McCree trying to do, the Cassidy trying to do work. That's a beautiful nuke that goes out to stop them both in their tracks. There's going to be no res. That's Mercy down. Samwise, however, says, sorry, I'm just going to take one for myself here. The Sojourn ult is popped, and can we see making some more use of this? That's a very low tank,
there we go.
and Reggie puts them in their place. Jumping back, that's for realsies desperately trying to get away. Sorry, not for realsies, that's Hobo Parker. Wrong team, Steven. Tendo throws, takes out Hobo Parker, and yet again, a great initial start with the Kitsune Rush, but Uwu grind their heels in and do not give an inch. That's
well, you take that back, sir. Samwise says, I'm going to take all the inches I need here. Ooh, that was not a good phrase. As now they move forward. Cloud9 for real. Looking to get the picks, but they get those opening. 3 players down, and now and they just clean up the players on the card. They will do that because now they're going to start being at a spawn disadvantage here. So the picks become less and less critical as you get closer to the enemy spawn. But this is good, a good way to break through the enemy push. Defense, sorry.
Absolutely, and out goes the ult with nothing really major coming from it, but Emma makes sure to take out Reggie on the way. Emma then paying the price as Chambi takes her head off. And Chambi again back to playing Sombra. We love to see.
There we go. Get it? There we go.
She's gone. Fox and Hound and Hobo Parker putting in some work. Here comes the high noon. That's a lot of damage reduction, and for real, he's going to pay the price for it. Tendo takes out Emma, but immediately refragged by Fox and Hound. It's very, very close here. Cloud9 are all over this point, and there's just not enough bodies for Team Uwu to throw. How are you still alive? Just accept the fate. My goodness, out comes the immortality field. It's still not out. They're not down and out. It's not over until the fat lady sings. And I don't hear any music. For reals, he's taking out Samwise. Samwise the martyrdom. It's absolute chaos on the point. For reals, he's somehow still alive. Out comes the Molten. That's another one. Fox and Hound falling. How is Uwu clawing this back? How are you doing it, you sweet, sweet gems? And Emma Dilemma says no to Reggie chasing after them. But it's 3 seconds left. And somehow they've pushed them off. How have they done this? Team Uwu, the defense clawed back from the jaws of defeat. Absolutely incredible. Uwu indeed.
That's the man of the hour. That Molten Core, I think, really coming to the rescue. I think this will be an earlier one here. This was on the attack where he just man-moded 1v5, got 2 picks of the Molten Core, and looked to clean up the rest once the backup arrived. So Tendo really coming to the rescue there for Team Uwu. But I think that's kind of that's part of why we removed I say as if I'm on the Overwatch development team.
We all know this.
That's why 2CP was removed. A big part of it was because it was so hard to push final points like that. And in 2CP, every point is a final point in some ways. And you saw there, if you as the defending team can get even just 1 pick, you can really start to build a defense, as with your respawns coming through way faster than the enemies because of how close your spawn is. It can really get out of hand for the attacking team. If they lose 1 player, suddenly you lose another player because you have no tank or you have no healer or you have too little damage. And that's something that can happen, and that's the kind of cleanliness you need to have when you take those final points push. But you don't always get given the choice to take a nice clean push. They were running out of time. You kind of have to work with what you have there. And unfortunately, Team Uwu just too strong. But that was a much better showing from Cloud9 Real than we saw on Lijiang. They were able to match them strike for strike on their attack and push their way pretty much to the end. Just a difference of inches there. But I'm excited to see as we move towards Esperanza now, what can they do on the push map?
Indeed, and push being one of the new modes that I've just seen incredible things come out of it in terms of, you know, last second saves and plays and such, much like we've seen on King's Row. But an incredible fight on King's Row and a lot closer, which is great because I always love that when it comes to Overwatch. Now, moving over to this, we've seen them be very competent, but now it's time for a different game mode. How do you think this is going to shake things up a bit, especially considering the team comps that we've just seen? What do you think the major changes should be for these teams on this map?
I'm interested to see a couple of things. I think Bastion can be really out of hand here if you're not careful because of how many angles you can take to come in. You can suddenly be surprised by Bastion taking an angle you weren't expecting. Your Diva's not covering that angle, and the Bastion shredded through one or two people.
Yes.
So that could be a key. Sightlines are pretty significant on this game mode as well. This map less so than some of the other ones, but Emma and Reggie on the hit scan that they've been playing, so the Sojourn or the McCree we saw for a little bit, can get a lot of work done. I think the Diva makes a lot of sense on this map, but this is one of the flatter push maps in some ways, so might not be critical. I liked the Orisa from Fox and Hound. I thought that was a cool idea that seemed to give them a lot of success on that first point and second point push on King's Row. So we'll see if they can make that work. I think the key for me though is shutting down Chambi on the Bastion, the Baptiste, sorry.
Baptiste, yeah.
Because she should not be getting away with that kind of thing. I mean, you can tell from the way she's tracking and the damage she's able to put out. That's a lot of work you can do on that. But yeah, I don't know. It's you need to be shutting her down so she doesn't feel like she can just do whatever she wants.
Absolutely. Look, and here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We spoke about, you know, the Baptiste being an absolute beast of basically a DPS healer. But I want to point out for realsies on the Kiriko, taking multiple heads with that kunai.
True.
And I was very impressed. And again, I expect no less from my boy. He's cracked at Apex and several other FPS games and Valorant and such like. So, you know, playing a heal like that, I think that's pretty good for him. And a good showing so far. But here we go. I can see now at least in my little, there we go. My little thing is set and ready, and we are ready to see who we're going to be picking. So let's see if they, son, let's see if they heed your advice, or whether they've got something else up their sleeve.
Well, funnily enough, they just in the sort of skirmish before the match, which doesn't always happen because usually the game order starts, but apparently our lobby manager this is his first time doing it. They kind of showed a bit of their hand there, and it doesn't seem like they're changing much from that. Interesting to see. We'll see if they come out with this. But Hobo Parker on the Ana, that's a hero we haven't seen at all so far. Kind of in an awkward spot because of Kiriko's Suzu. That can cleanse the anti-heal, which is such a big part of Ana's kit. It can make kind of awkward to play. I love seeing Fox and Hound again on the Orisa. I think that's a hero they can get a lot of value out because it seems like the matching the Divas just isn't working for them for whatever reason. Not necessarily a reflection of either Diva's skill, but they needed something different out of Cloud9, and I think the Orisa was giving them that. So some differences to see here. The Torbjorn again from Tendo. He knows what he's all about. He's playing the turret heroes, and it seems to be working out so well. You really can't argue with the results.
Can't argue with the results at all. And other than that, Uwu seems to be sticking with their usual composition. Trying to see, again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? It's a very low Orisa. Maybe time to back up. There comes the healing in. But Chambi still on the the FPS healer. A nice aggression here from Fox and Hound on the start of this point. The absolute slugfest between the two tanks, but it's Tendo that takes out Emma, so less DPS now on the side, but Tendo says something else to say about this, I'm sure. Reggie taking out the Mercy, and then Fox and Hound falling because of the less healing. That's an Ana that's not long for this world, and there we go. The first point and the beginning of the push is going towards Team Uwu.
Yeah, they kind of got one pick there and it unraveled from there. As you say, the resources became more and more limited for Cloud9 Real. And that was a very resource-intensive fight when you've got two tanks kind of standing on the front line shooting at each other. If one thing changes, the team fight can just completely unravel. So unfortunate for Cloud9 Real here. They will be coming back in here close to a couple of ultimates. The Ana almost with the nano boost. That could be the key to opening it up, but Wizard dropping early, that's not how you want to start things.
Not how you want to start things at all. Down goes the Baptiste ult, and it's already putting in work is Reggie. Taking out, my goodness, that aggression. Hunting down Cloud9 Real. Samwise, however, says, I'm not going out without a fight. Takes two of them with eventually being refragged. But still very solidly in the hands of Team Uwu. We've got an ult on the side of Cloud9. That's an Ana ult, ready to rock and roll. Not to mention that Fox and Hound just earned theirs. But Team Uwu still in a very comfortable position, moving swiftly along, and a nuke in their back pocket to boot.
Yeah, and Push, we've mentioned this a couple of times in a previous cast, but it's kind of a game mode that can get out of hand very quickly because of how snowbally it tends to be. You know, you need to win multiple fights in a row just to recoup any losses you've taken. So with this lead that they've built, but oh, here comes a big ultimate with a nano boost on top. That's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage, and there's a lot of dead people on the side of Team Uwu, and that is an absolute cleanup. Out goes the nuke, finally taking out Fox and Hound. My goodness gracious. What an absolute push, though. And we're remeked and ready to rock and roll on the side of Team Uwu. I cannot believe what I just witnessed after that. What an incredible ult. And yet still, Uwu hold on to the robot.
I feel so bad for Fox and Hound there. She's hiding behind the robot. But the robot's legs are so far apart. And then the damage actually goes straight through the center of them, and she ended up dying, or they ended up dying, sorry. So now they will have to come back, but it's just getting worse and worse for them, but maybe this overcharge from M. will be the difference maker.
Well, difference maker only if she can land them, though we've seen her performing very well. And out it comes. Here comes the overcharge. We're overcharged, and bye-bye goes Tendo's head. Reggie, however, ready to serve up his own thing, and from the backlines, in comes the Riptire, cutting Reggie, and for realsies down. Emma eventually being put to rest by Tendo. Chambi taking up Wizard of Oz, and Samwise really doing some work here. My goodness, what an absolutely incredible play as they take control of the robot for the first time. Rapidly heading back and ready to start its own push. But they're about to be met with Team Uwu and two ultimates ready to rock and roll.
And if Team Uwu is fast enough here, they can even stop themselves from losing the forward spawn here. Because once it gets to the center... no, there it is. Forward spawn will go back. And now you can see, they used a bunch of ultimates, but they have to win another fight just to start gaining any momentum. And immediately both DPS taken down by the opposite numbers. This is a really bad start for Cloud9.
Definitely. This is not the way that they would have wanted to capitalize. And my goodness, they fall like flies. Out goes the Transcendence. Wizard of Oz making sure Chambi is taken out along the way. But I think that Transcendence is a bit of a panic pop. And I don't know if they're if that was the best play there, considering now they don't have anything to play with.
Yeah, no, definitely not valuable. It's you way better off dying than using your ultimate there. But yeah, ult economy is kind of a funny thing to get used to in Overwatch. Your life is worth less than your ultimate a lot of the time. As we see Reggie just on the top here. He's got another overcharge ready to go. They've got a lot of ultimates to work here from Uwu. This could be a tough one, but they're going to start with a nano boost on the side of Cloud9.
Absolutely, and singling out Tendo, it seems, which I would say is a very, very good opportunity. Oh, sorry, a very good... what's the one I'm looking at? Doesn't matter, because my goodness, the core comes out. Chambi and Reggie are returning in kind. Samwise takes out Chambi, and here we go, pushing further and further. The Baptiste ult is down, and it is a massive brawl on the point. Here comes the ult again, and slam-a-bama. Fox and Hound takes out Momosuccubus. Momosuccubus' new cover will take out Emma, and Fox and Hound to take out Tendo as well. Off the robot goes, running all the way back, and it's our remaining Cloud9 people to push the robot back to the starting point.
Yeah, robot getting its steps in for the day here, that's for sure. Is they finally, I think this looks much more like they've got a chance to push their way through now. They've got respawns coming in on the side of Cloud9. Uwu forced back just a little bit, but the opening pick again goes the way of Uwu. Wizard of Oz dropping early there, and the overcharge still ready to go here for Reggie.
Absolutely incredible, and already that's like... That's such a delay now, but here it comes. Okay, we've got the ult coming out, and Aris is boosted, and it's again Tendo just getting bullied. But the immortality field is there to try and make things happen. And would you look at that? That's an absolute I said no from Team Uwu. The boosted Orisa not able to find any value, and two team members paying the price. Team Uwu back in control of the robot, and it running its pretty little legs all the way back.
Yeah, I think we kind of see a bit of difference between the two teams. The supports are struggling to find a position where they don't get picked off, and whether that's a support difference or a DPF difference is hard to say without watching a lot of games between these two teams. But they're going to start off with the Riptide here. Can they find any value? That's a great start. Getting rid of... Oh my god! Two heroes going down.
Fabulous start indeed, and Wizard of Oz capitalizing on it as well. Eventually falling and paying the price, but Samwise is right there to make sure that more team members of Uwu fall. Chambi...
What am I
popping
watching?
an ult. What the frick is... This is insane. I mean, the damage is great, but can you take out the Sojourn, please? There we go.
Yeah,
He's dead.
oh my
gosh.
has the lamp.
Solo ult, and out goes the
Oh
the
my
lamp.
god!
What the heck is going on? I was about to question him. It was so freaking hard. Sorry, her so freaking hard, son. And that just pulled that up. And oh my goodness, what is Team Uwu replying with? But more and more kills. It's just no breathing room. I want to say the disrespect as well from Jambi there.
Yeah.
What did you make of that, Phoenix?
I don't. That's a play I would never in a billion years think of making, just because I have more respect for my opponents and for myself, and because I can't hit the shots that Chambi can hit. So if you've got the skills, use them. And she found an opportunity to get some value there, and I mean, look at this. It's just getting worse and worse. Emma now on the Widowmaker. That's not working out, though.
Yeah, a questionable pick. I don't know how well that would have gone. I would have probably picked up something like an Ashe, but Hope Parker's busy picking up Chambi on the Moira, and down goes Tendo as well. And here's a Transcendence again. Very interesting use of Transcendence. I don't know what value there is there, other than maybe holding them at bay. But my goodness, then again, here comes Hope Parker and Samwise cleaning up the ranks there. Team Uwu is going to have to, you know, sit back, lick their wounds, and catch the robot as it comes back.
Yeah, I mean, Snowball, these are FPS players. You can tell that because they're not playing. They're playing support. They're playing. I'm gonna win the game for my team here, and that's okay. It seems to be working out okay for them most of the time. Chambi especially showing us how to play the selfish support and still get value for your team. And seeing Emma here on the side, there gets the pick onto Reggie and the double kill from the self-destruct. So this might be finally some progress for Cloud9 Real.
Absolutely progress indeed, absolutely wiping up Team Uwu, and the Molten Core being just stopped in its tracks and immediately pushing on the aggression. Good to see the Fox and Hound is up close and personal, taking out Chambi, and now we're going to have to see Uwu regroup for one of their famous defenses and retakes. They're no stranger to this. We keep seeing it flip-flopping back, but with 1 minute, 60 seconds remaining. Yes, I've got that covered, announcer lady, thank you. 60 seconds remaining, and way more distance. I'm unsure what we're going to see from this.
Oh, they've lost Wizard of Oz once again. Maybe a bit of an aggressive positioning there from the healer. Gets taken down. Not for the first time, but Reggie, he's firing back here. Overcharge at the ready. Finds one. Kills in both directions. This is a slugfest, Snowball.
One by one they drop, and it's a war of attrition right now. However, it seems that the team of Uwu have more friction, grabbing the robot back and walking it all the way back to their point. But 20 seconds remain. Here comes the ult from the Widowmaker, and I'm not sure how much it's going to be able to do for them. There's two, count them two, on the side of Uwu, and gorgeous from Zenyatta, but out comes the Baptiste ultimate, and the teams are clashing once again. Down goes Samwise. Chambi playing the DPS healer we all know and love. It's a fight here with Moira, and it's only 2 seconds left. They eventually fall. Reggie is so low. Here's the overtime. Are they going to be able to commit to it? Are they going to be able to bring it back? It's a massive fight with Fox and Hound on the point, doing the damage, and the Widowmaker retreating, but Chambi's not letting them get away. The push up, the Baptiste, it's an absolute slugfest. You've got a nuke ready. Is this really the time to use it? I'm not sure. There's incoming nuke, and they do take out two. Team Uwu,
she goes down.
but Chambi takes out the baby diva before they could remake, and that is all that they needed as overtime ticks down, and it's Team Uwu 3 times in a row. Absolutely incredible. Holy crap.
3 times in a woe.
3 times in a row.
I was just getting started, Snowball, and we were already done. I felt like we were settling in for the long haul here, but Uwu proving to just be too strong. I think it's an easy analysis to make, but I think the difference there was the supports getting value out of their abilities and their damage, especially. Chambi was just unstoppable on that Baptiste so much of the time. It felt like Reggie on the Sojourn was doing so much work as well, and Tendo on the Torbjorn was just on the point, being annoying, and that turret I'm sure was doing more damage than we were seeing. It could be such a hard hero to deal with. especially when you're getting picked by the enemy support players. And you saw towards the end there, I think it was Hobo Parker on the Moira was like, somebody needs to deal with this damn Baptiste on the high ground. And she took that into her own hands, but Reggie was there to keep her alive. And unfortunate for Cloud9 Real, they're not able to really find a good rhythm. But I'm so excited to see the next matchup. I think it was Megs on the Team Bob.
I believe so.
On the
yes.
Reaper.
Let me have a look here.
If they get through that match, I think she's that Megs. I'm assuming it's a she.
Do we not have the
Yeah, do we have the result? Because this was quite a quick one.
It was quite a quick one, but Greenie Gamers and Glory of Bob were the other semi-final that was happening simultaneously to this. You were busy watching Cloud9 Real versus Uwu, and it's Team Uwu that has taken it 3 maps to nothing. A dominant performance indeed, which will take them through to the grand final that is happening right here at 5. We will be ready to rock and roll with the winner of the other semi-final game, either Greenie Gamers or Glory of Bob. And I'm just going to cast my lot in right now with Glory of Bob, considering how I saw them play in that first match. I don't know about Greenie Gamers. They did take their match 3-1, but...
Okay, so that one's going a bit further. Sorry, our producer just updating us there. It's 2-1. We don't know who's got the 2 and who's got the 1 there, but a closer matchup than this one ended up being. So it won't be a clean sweep. Greenie Gamers 2-1. So you're gonna have to put your hands together, Snowball, and hope that Glory for Bob can pull that one back. But either way, if Greenie Boys beat them, that means it should give us a good match either way, right? So I'm excited to see what we see. I'm excited to see, my favorite part of these sort of longer form tournaments is seeing how different playstyles, different teams clash with each other. We saw Uwu kind of look a bit unstoppable here, the way Chambi was able to get so much value, the way Reggie and Tendo were, and Mama Succubus also able to just force her way through the enemy team. Can the other team, whichever team comes through there, can they counter that? Again, I watched that previous game that you guys casted, or at least caught the sort of middle end of it, and Megs on the Reaper, that feels like something that could really shut down a lot of how Uwu was playing, especially moving into the backline and pressuring the likes of Chambi, or maybe not the backline, maybe it's more frontline when we're talking about Chambi, but really create a zone around themselves that can force Uwu to respect them. That might be the difference maker. If Chambi's not able to do what she wants, how good is this team really? That's the question we're going to have to hope gets answered in the grand finals.
Indeed, and it will be answered, and the answer will be electric, because those are 2 fantastic teams. And as with any tournament, I think your grand finals will always shape up to be something brilliant. Dare I say it, I hope that it's not a whitewashing for either Team Uwu or Greenie Gamers / Glory of Bob. We'll see, because at the end of the day, we're here for good Overwatch and a lot of good awareness for a really, really good cause. But that will bring us to the end of this set of semifinals. Those games are still going. If you know any of the people any of the players in the other teams, I'm going to scroll very quickly and pretend I know what I'm doing. That is Glory of Bob, which will be ShazZ, Megs, Rusty Pie, Lover Darling, Kita Chu, and Tamrizi. And then that's Greenie Gamers, which is Got Honey, Fleeb Juice, Grant Hines, Henrico, and Rexu. If you know any of them, and any of them are streaming, which most of them are, you can head on over there and you can catch the rest of that match, which should keep you plenty warmed up and in the mood for the grand finals. Once again, those are happening at 5. And we're going to see you there, whether you like it or not, because I'll know. I'm gonna
oh my god, that took a turn, didn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome back, everybody, to the Kidney for ShazZ Overwatch Showdown, and yes, indeed, it is that time. It is the time for the grand finals. Many matches have been played, much Overwatch has been enjoyed, but there's still one more to go. Greenie Gamers versus Team Ewe, and yes, it's going to be fantastic because, at least in this roster, these are your two best teams. And we've seen some incredible performances from everybody, and the ones that we've seen on stream, I can say Uwu's got a real whack behind them. However, I did manage to catch a little bit of the Greenie Gamers as well. And let me just say, Uwu is probably not going to have a walk in the park this time. But regardless, with me is the gorgeous Sun Phoenix, who's definitely better than me at Overwatch. But hey, he's also the most handsome, so we're 0 for 2.
Yeah, I don't often get to say I'm better than the people I'm casting with, so I'm thankful for the opportunity to say that at least. I'm excited for this one. As you say, this is our grand finals. These are, in theory, our two best teams out of the 8 that we started with, I think. So I'm excited to see this. We got to cast in the last series, Team Uwu going up against Cloud9, Real, but that was kind of a dominant performance from them. They were kind of just like, they rolled up, and Chambi, who is a dude, and I was not referring to him as such in the last game, so if you're watching this, I apologize. He just rolled up on the Baptiste, was playing like a main tank sometimes, like a DPS, very seldomly healing his team, that seemed like, but it worked for them. They took that 3-0, and it really looked like they were going to be stopped. So fingers crossed that Greenie Gamers can come to this one with something to kind of unsettle Team Uwu, because coming to this one, you and I, Snowball, I think we're looking at Team Uwu like, damn, show us how you beat this team.
Yes, indeed. Team Uwu being the one that we have the most kind of background information on, because we've seen them play. And as a reminder, Team Uwu is our lovely Mama Succubus, Tendo, Reggie's Revenge, Chambi, definitely a dude, and for realsies. On the opposing team, however, Greenie Gamies is bringing Got Honey, Fleeb Juice, Grant Hines, Henrico, and Rexu. Now, immediate standout, let's be completely honest, is Grant, who we know plays a lot of Overwatch. Got Honey, I know, is fairly new to the scene. Fleeb is not usually a Overwatch player, however, I know he's a great FPS gamer. Henrico is bringing his own level of skill from the likes of something like Counter-Strike, and Rexu is just an FPS game incarnate. So, strong pick potential, but will they have the synergy to put Uwu away? What do you think?
Well, it's impossible to say, given that these players will have never played before until today, but they've got the synergy to bring them this far, so that says quite a lot. Obviously, as you mentioned, Grant Hines, he's one of the bigger name streamers here, at least, in terms of notoriety and popularity, perhaps, and also one of the players that I will have seen play quite a few times before. He's taken a part in a few of our Causa Pug-style tournaments, Pride Cups, that sort of thing. Had a good time, tends to lean towards playing the hit scan. Last time I saw him, he was playing basically exclusively Ashe, and then flexing onto the Widowmaker every now and again. But with Sojourn in the game, I wonder if he'll pick that up. That seems to kind of fit the same kind of play style that the other two I just mentioned. And then Rexu is one I've seen play like a billion times. He used to play competitively for a team called Leiden Esports, which a team very close to my heart, as many of you will know. And then he's also played in quite a number of our Pug style tournaments as well. Most recently the Kiriko Cup, which you and I will have casted 2 weeks ago. So very scary player. Not going to be on the DPS though, which is where we expect to see him mostly. He's usually a pretty stellar guy on the hit scan, but also his Pharaoh was kind of team defining for his roster in the Kiriko Cup. So we won't be seeing that today, but still he'll be able to perform on. We can see Chambi showed us what you can do as a super strong hit scan on that support role. So every chance that he ends up popping off anyways.
Absolutely. I mean, I was immediately thinking of the Baptiste performance of the previous Uwu games. And it just shows you, just if you got a gun, you can do work. But speaking of doing work, you absolute legends have been doing work, because guess what? Our running total has broken 6,000 Rand in the hashtag Kidney for ShazZ Overwatch Showdown. Thank you so much for this. The current total, 6,000 Rand and 15 cents. That is massive, that is huge, and every little bit counts. Really it does. I know there's already people that are going to be looking and going, oh, but you know, it's 800k, like, are we making a difference? Yes, yes you are, because that's another stepping stone towards bringing this entire situation to a close. And we thank you so much for all of your hard work, those that are behind the scenes in the competitive Overwatch, in ZA Overwatch, and those of you that have given of your time, given of your money, or just given of your influence. And we really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for not losing sight of the goal that we have here for this event. But at the moment, I can tell you one thing. The gamers, the gamers part of Uwu and Greenie gamers have their sights set on a different goal. It's time for map 1 of the grand finals. Phoenix, I'm so stoked, bro.
Me too. I said it in the last cast. I felt like I was just getting warmed up. I was just getting into the rhythm, getting settled in, hoping for something a bit longer than what we ended up getting. But I knew we had this game coming up, and I know these teams are at the tippy top of what this little showdown has to offer. So fingers crossed these two teams come in swinging, and we get a nice back and forth series out of this one. But we'll start on Bijang Tower. As we can see here, our map pool is premeditated in this. It's going to be the same as we saw throughout the games today. And starting on Bijang Tower, 3 different maps, 3 very different play styles. We're going to be starting on Control Center here once against Snowball. And this tends to favor a lot more brawly style win as opposed to a more dive style. So you're going to see a lot of battling here happening around the center. But that first team fight, as with every control map, could end up being absolutely critical.
I have to agree with you as well, because of the way that this map is laid out. You've got back routes, you've got, walls to hide behind, things to kind of dip and dodge around. It's not a let's dive in and finish this with a clean right hook. This is, we're going to be scrapping for every inch of ground and every percentage of that point. And speaking of the fight, we have Enrico coming through on the Hanzo. Grant Hines, the clear Ash pick. Well, flippin' predicted. I'm impressed with you. God Honey is going to be picking up the Sigma as the tank, which is interesting. I am interested in that pick. Rexu on the Ana. Hey, I know you can do work with that. And then our beautiful Lucio, which I'm very happy about. Reggie still on the Sojourn. Chambi on the Baptistas, if anybody was surprised. For realsies, Mama Succubus and Tendo also on the usual heroes. And here we go. It's Mama Succubus diving onto point first, and Team Uwu coming out strong.
Oh, there we go. Grant Hines finds that opening pick onto 4 realsies, but DPS traded out here in the form of Enrico. So it seems like evenly matched so far with a sample size of 2 kills to work off of. But Grant, you can see the angles taking Snowball. Just perfect positioning to find some sneaky picks.
And sneak they did. They snuck their way onto the point first, and they have claimed several percentage already. And quite frankly, I'm a little surprised considering the aggression that I know to come from Team Uwu. But synergy, you spoke about it before, and I'm ready to see it here. So here's a little battle of the tanks on the outside as Got Honey and Mama Succubus start, dare I say, brawling it out. The field is down, but I know good work can come in from both of these teams as Enrico and Fleeb, they doing work already.
Oh, absolutely. Picks all blue in the kill feed here as the Greenie gamers have shown up to show us who the strongest team is coming into this. We thought it was Uwu, but so far it's been all Greenie gamers all the time. The Sigma is an interesting pick. I'm not that hot in this hero. He tends to get steamrolled on maps where high ground is not such a significant concern. So I'm surprised God Honey's getting so much value out of this hero, but she's getting the better of the tank battle at the very least. You can see the alt charge, Gravitic Flux, ready to go. They've already baited out the immortality field as well. So Greenie gamers sitting pretty coming into this team fight.
Indeed, and Rexu taking out an early pick on Tendo, which means the Bastion is not going to be available. And here they start to commit yet again. However, the Diva is demeched. That's not a great start, and out goes the Baptiste ult. Enrico taking down Reggie before he can even reply to this. Chambi trying to make some work out of this ult, but really nothing to be found here. And as we tick up the last couple percent, it's almost full ult economy on the side of Greenie gamers. They are green to green. They are ready to rock and roll. And out go the Dragons just to dissuade them a little further. For reals, he's caught in that barrage. And Team Uwu damn near nowhere to be seen as we tick over the 90% mark.
Yeah, the gravitic flux ready to go here from God Honey. Just gonna look for any target you can. At this point, one kill might be enough. If each of them get one kill with the ultimates, they can win the fight. But no ultimates needed here. They were definitely doing some kind of challenge where you just end the game with all your ultimates.
It has to be said, I think all of them just had a pop-up ping for an achievement unlocked.
I must have, right? Isn't that how it works?
Look, achievement unlocked for me is surprise. Like, look, I know Greenie gamers and I know all of them are really competent players, but having just seen how Uwu was steamrolling in their previous games, I am still surprised. So, that's round 1 already, and it's going to Greenie gamers. I wonder if we're going to see any changes to the picks here. Probably not. Okay, for realsies is hanging out on the Moira. That's interesting to see. But here we go. Do we have a rollout from Fleeb? I doubt it. He is a very new Overwatch player. But let's see what they can do now as they make their way onto the point.
Ender's still rocking the Bastion here, and we see if he's not able to find an opening salvo of damage here, sometimes they struggle to get the picks done and dusted, but the tank's dropping so early every time here. Really struggling, and picks are just constantly coming through. Eventually Grant will fall, but Snowball, this is total domination so far from the Greenie gamers.
Absolutely, and I'm struggling to find what precisely went wrong there, but maybe just a bit too much of a split up or a miscommunication on how they want to enter the point, but the Bastion now fighting for his life and scrapped for parts by Rexu, by the 2 healers no less, which I think is just insult to injury. Reggie is back here and managing to put Rexu down. There will be no res as there is no mercy. And on the side, we do see a bit of a flank, but it seems to be a bit of a split push now. As Chambi moves up the side, the immortality field is down, and they're trying to potentially pincer Greenie gamers on the point, and Grand Titans does get taken out, and Chambi burns to death for his efforts.
Kind of forced off the map there, but in spite of getting those opening picks here, Rexu and co, Greenie gamers are still holding on here. Ooh, struggling to get the finishing blow here on a lot of these characters, and again, the tank here, Mamasaki, was getting absolutely rocked by the Sigma, pun 100% intended, and that's just allowing them to push forward. I think that's the key here, Snowball. That first push through, Diva's coming through on a flank, getting roasted and toasted on the left-hand side, and that's leaving the team open and exposed. That's why the picks are coming so quick and fast, because they don't have the cover of their tank when you compare it to what the Sigma is able to offer.
I have to agree, and here with Sigma, I think this is more of a pick. You've got more to work with. The angles, you can, in your choke points, you can start to absorb that damage, and you can also get sent to the bottom of the map by Flea. But here comes an ult from the Hanzo. Not much to say there, but it does move the team out of the way and delay them even further. We tick into the 70% mark, and there's not much ground having been made here. I don't know, they just seem to be on the outside looking in all the time. But here's the Moira ult. Maybe we're going to see something come in from the Moira. Grant Hines, so very quick to take out Tendo. For realsies, does put Fleeb out of commission. But is it enough? 80 to almost 90% on this point charge, and I'm not seeing what they're going to be able to do in time.
They're going to have to try and at least get a touch here. The only hope of winning this is to get overtime going. But that's a bad start. Once again, tank down, but the overcharge will be forthcoming, but nobody's touching again.
Jeepers.
We're seeing Cloud9 here in this game as opposed to the last one.
Goodness gracious. Very much a shout out on this first map, but we're here for Overwatch and we're here with some really good players, and I'm expecting at least some sort of retaliation, some sort of retuning from Team Uwu, who performed so well in the previous games. Let's see if they can. Let's see if they can do what they did last time.
Yeah, it feels a lot like a stylistic mismatch. I think looking at that Sigma pick, I was kind of poo-pooing it just a little bit at the beginning. But thinking about what their DPS are running, assuming that they've been running a similar flavor throughout the day. Enrico on the Hanzo and Grant on the Ashe, the Sigma provides so much support for those two heroes. A shield in their face or in the face of their targets means they're under so little pressure, and Rexu on the Ana as well can put the pressure on. So the Sigma makes a lot of sense here. They're not playing a fast style. They're not playing a run at you, get in your face and dominate you with brute force style. They're playing a clinical scalpel as opposed to a hammer, and that's allowing them to get these picks off one by one without throwing away what feels like any resources in these fights.
Indeed, I think the word efficiency comes to mind. They're being efficient with how they engage, with how they fight, and it's great to see because we can see that with the Sigma pick, as you mentioned, it's playing into that, and then somebody like Grant on the Ash can position themselves and start taking those shots and start getting those picks. And like we said, it just means that as soon as they rock up, the tanks from Uwu are just getting focused, and a team fight is over before it even begins. You have no way to successfully take the team fight, as one by one they get picked off. So by the time they group towards maybe a certain point, there's only 3 of them left. But we shall see what they've learned. A loss can teach far more than a win. We move on to the very next map, and would you look at that? It's King's Row.
Would you look at that? Who would have thunk it? King's Row in South Africa in Overwatch 2?
Madness, I tell you.
Yeah. Well, this is a map that at the very least anyone who's played the game will be quite familiar with. That can end up being a difference. Not that Lijiang Tower is a particularly shocking new map, but I think this is a map that a lot of people will be comfortable with. I think the control point style may end up favoring what Greenie gamers ended up doing, but it's hard to say. I think you'd think, looking at their play style, if they get set up on a point ready to defend, they should just be able to keep that same clinical style going. Another point I just wanted to make before we take a look at the compositions here is just I think that's why they didn't need their ultimates at all in that first map, and really not much in the second map, because their style is so linked to the neutral game of winning these team fights by getting pickoffs, by doing damage with their regular abilities. The ultimates felt surplus to requirements. When did Grant need to use a Bob in either of those maps? So I want to see Uwu force more out of them, but they're going to be trying something a little bit different here. Tendo going to be, for the first time since we've been watching him, not playing a Bastion or the Torbjorn. He's going to be opening on the Widowmaker, maybe just to take a pot shot or two here. We'll have to wait and see. On the other side, it's identical, and that is exactly what they needed. No mercy, so that pick is permanent for now.
That is gorgeous, and Grantines expressing as such in chat. That is a wonderful and definitely a confidence booster. So as they now commit to the bottleneck that is the beginning of King's Row, let's see what they can bring in. No changes on the side of our Greenie gamers, which is great. If it's working, don't change it. Tendo's still sticking on the Widowmaker, which I think is fine for now, and the brawling has started in this bottleneck.
Yeah, so far so good, but one pick does not a team fight make, and they haven't really been able to follow that. Grant is already back and ready to start firing in. Tendo, this hero, we spoke about it with the Emma Dilemma, it's feast or famine, and you can see what makes it so hard to play. When you've got a Sigma shield all up in your business, you can't really find the headshots. He's finding shots, but the follow-up isn't really there to get the picks. They don't really have the composition to pounce on the body shots, so they're struggling to find a chink in the armor here, and it looks like Mama Succubus wants to create that chink, but unfortunately she ends up going down.
Yeah, no, that was a lot of brute force and pushing the team forward, but unfortunately there's a couple lost along the way. And yes, they're now dipping their toes, Team Uwu, onto the point, and the immortality field is down, so Gotani probably going to retreat a little bit. Although I say that, and out goes the amazing honor ult, and it's just Gotani, the last man standing on the point, not willing to go down. Literally, woman too angry to die. I approve of it. Rexu takes up for reals. He's in the backlines, which is great, but the Baptiste ult is here. And here comes the squeeze! They get slammed down, and Chambi gets taken out. But Reggie makes sure that that's the last thing that Honey does. Out goes the beat. A curious move. I don't know if this is exactly what they wanted. But it's a scrappy brawl here. Jesus. And immediately, Mama Succubus taken out. You know, beating your head against the wall. I'm not sure if this is the way to go, because especially for Fleeb, his head is no longer there. For reals, he takes him out, and Enrico puts Reggie away as well. Seems like there's going to be a bit of a reset for both teams as they wait for their... Oh my goodness, I was going to say they wait for their tank to come back, but look at this now, Phoenix.
Yeah, they're finally getting these picks one after the other. It's this long, atrocious team fight, and eventually that feels like a big consequence of the spawn advantage that comes with attacking the first point. Their reinforcements came in just a little bit quicker, and they were able to get those picks and force their way through. Mama Succubus is playing hyper aggressive here. I like the idea behind that. I think you want to put pressure on their DPS. Their DPS like to kind of sit back and just take pot shots, and then you're making space for your own 2 hit scans to put the pressure on. The problem is she's getting a little bit too aggressive into the core of the heroes. You want to just force players off high grounds, out of position, and then pick them off or make space for your team to do that. But she's kind of just barreling straight through the center of the enemy team, and you can see the effect that's having on her effective HP.
Mayhaps the, oh my goodness, here comes the nuke, and will they be able to get away in time? Everybody ducking in cover just in time, and she's remexed again with the very aggressive push. The way that she does barrel through, I wonder if maybe the hamster pick would be better, but punched in the face is Tendo by the Hanzo, and down goes the Baptiste ult, and we're going to see if this can come into some semblance of usage. Team Uwu sitting on the rear of their payload here. Grant Hines making sure that Mama's demeched and out of the fight for now. They're going to have to wait for Fleeve to get back as well. So the scraps are there and the picks are coming through. There comes Grant's ult. Finally, the Bob is here, and Bob is just deciding, you know what? This is my spot. I'm just going to look at this wall now.
We've all been there. He's about as good as I am. Even looking at the wall, as the fight kind of, again, very long, extensive fights with high attrition. And again, this is a place where the spawn advantage may come into play here. As, Tendo finds another headshot, this time onto the Ana. That means the healing is super limited now on the side of the Greenie gamers, but they're fighting into the gravitic flux here. So they need to be careful not to get squeezed up and slammed down. Sight's almost available here, looking for targets, struggling to find into the hit, dropping low as well. Tendo under pressure here. The picks are not forthcoming, but there we go, finally, with the right click there. They get that pick, but a big ultimate coming straight to the choke. Shocked only to find them taking out one, though.
Indeed, a very quick dive out of the way, and here comes the Kitsune rush, trying to take a full advantage of a, dare I say, a bit of a failed ultimate, and 3 of them go down on the side of Greenie gamers, so they are currently going to have to reset for that. Uwu dive onto the point, and Reggie making sure to do some tactical squatting while on top of it, and we're ready to see yet another push. I'm disappointed that the grab flux couldn't do a little bit more to kind of delay them, but you know, let's see what they can do. We've got, of course we've got Chambi playing Sombra up in the buildings yet again, but here we go. Here come Greenie Gaming, and we're gonna see them clash heads once again in a bottleneck.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can get anything done here. It's kind of an awkward spot here. They've also already lost Tendo. Will have to work his way back towards the fight here. They've got the overcharge to work with here, do Team Uwu, and they've got the window, which I expect Chambi will just use for himself on some high ground somewhere. But Reggie taken down, Enrico finds that first pick, and that might be exactly what they need to end the map here.
Yes, indeed, but they're not going out without a fight. The Baptiste ult goes down, and out go the shots. Grant, however, puts Tendo away, so no long-range shots there for realsies. A kunai to the face for Fleeb, and there is still progress being made, but the Baptiste ult not really finding as many targets as they'd want. The buffed Sigma is also looking to do some work here, but no ult on their side, so it was an interesting boost. The immortality field is there, and they are not budging an inch. Does it end now? Here comes the ult from Reggie, putting Enrico away. It's an absolute slap fest right in front of the cart here. Out goes the amazing beat, saving both of them, and Bob is here to do some work in a fisticuffs fight with Mama Succubus. It's Greenie Gamers standing on top of the point, and with only 10 seconds remaining, I don't know if they're going to have the speed to get back here and hold on to it to get it to the next checkpoint.
Yeah, some critical ults coming out there. The Bob, as you mentioned, the beat, as you mentioned, the team fight awkwardly timed. Not really any hope for Team Uwu to get back in there and fight that one. But where they got to is a totally defensible position. I think they're absolutely not out of this. They forced their way through first point, forced their way through second, but we can see how long and drawn out these team fights are. Two teams playing very slow, methodical styles, and so the picks are not coming very quickly when they're both kind of matching each other stylistically. Two long-range hit scans, you know, Hanzo, not technically a hit scan, neither is Sojin, to be fair, but they kind of operate in that same mold. So it's a very interesting matchup where one pick doesn't really spell the end of anything, because you still have to kind of hit all your shots to follow up. You can't just barrel on through and use your numbers and HP advantage to win the team fight. Look at the compositions here, though. Uwu now on the defense. They're going to be one running back. Tendo on this Bastion. We've seen him have a lot of success with it. Struggling on this map, though. But defense of King Row is a place where Bastion really made his name in Overwatch 1. So maybe this Bastion 2.0, if we can call it that, can find a similar home here.
We will indeed see if history is set to repeat itself, but I'm pretty sure Team Uwu is not going to be wanting that. Greenie Game is not going to be wanting that, as they are now on attack and ready to rock and roll. I'm interested to see what they can bring. There's no changes to the compositions from their side, and as we say it's time to rock and roll.
Oh,
Wow.
no. Absolutely dominated. The sleep came through there as well. I don't know if you caught that, but that made it impossible. As Grant, he saw Tendo get that opening pick and he's had enough. Now, none of these have been headshots, so minus points for that. We have to point that out for all you FPS lovers out there.
He's actually hitting, which is better than me.
Well, yes. If we're comparing them to you and I, Snowball, then we've got bigger problems to concern ourselves with.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, just a casual stroll through the park is Rexu and Got Honey as they take away 3 of Team Uwu's players and a very easy cakewalk on the way to the point. And they have it, ready to rock and roll, and it's now almost 6 minutes on that payload clock. Wild.
Yeah, that's more than you start with, to be honest. But you can see they've got the defense set up here, but they've lost one. They've lost mech already. Snowball, these fights. They're over before they even start, it feels like.
Have to agree, and again, it makes you wonder, like, maybe this is time for a bit of an adaptation. It seems like Mama is just getting demeched immediately, and that's your tank gone. So maybe something different that just has something else to bring. Maybe the shield comp is what's needed. We know that they've already swapped off the Widowmaker in the beginning, but Grant's wanting to stay on it now, and that's a beautiful squish. Rexu sent into the pavement, and it's not going to do much to dissuade Greenie gamers as the payload is still moving slowly but surely.
Yeah, kind of just making slow progress here, but not really getting many picks here on the side of Uwu. You feel like it's only a matter of time before eventually they all get chipped down here. Gravitic Flux at the ready here. Suzu has been popped. Now the beat as well. So once this takes away a little bit, we might see God Honey pop the Flux here and look to pick up a couple of kills. We see a big flank going on the side, but here Flux.
Flux indeed. Up goes Mama. Down comes Mama. Mech is gone. Can she get away? She can indeed.
Oh my god, again.
An absolute just country mile that they take it. That is a beautiful win on King's Row. Again, I only feel like I'm warming up, but I'll tell you one thing. Greenie gamers sure as hell are warmed up.
Well, this is a swift one, Snowball. Not only are we looking down the barrel of the 3-0 here, these are quick matches. The control point before was 100-0, 100-0, and this one was halfway to the map, but they finished with like 5 minutes left on the clock still. But that was just a lack of awareness from the Uwu there. Maybe just forgetting where the point is. That can happen when you're not that comfortable in Overwatch. There's a lot going on at all times. Sometimes you're just like, oh, I forgot that we don't have literally all the way back to our spawn to defend to. There's actually a golden box somewhere in the middle of the map that we need to be working around. But they were under a lot of pressure there. Yes, it was a C9, but we saw the flux, we saw the flank coming out, none of them able to touch the point, and I mean, they're just being a little bit outclassed here by the Greenie gamers who just seem to have hit on a playstyle here that fits perfectly with all 5 of their players.
Indeed, I think the outclassing is a word I would like to jump on, and it's difficult because that insinuates that I don't like saying somebody's bad. Yeah, and it's
especially in a tournament like this. I'll be honest with you, Snowball. If this was professional teams, I wouldn't mind pointing some fingers. Not to say anything bad about any of these players, but just when you're looking at big 5v5s who've been scrimming a lot, who play comp all the time, who I know are so familiar with Overwatch. They live and eat and breathe this game. This is the kind of thing you'd be like, okay, here's some things you need to work on. In this situation, this is like, I can see exactly what is happening here a lot of the time. You're like, oh, okay. I've done that so many times in the past when I was early on in the game, like Mama Succubus on the Diva. I've played so much Diva. And I've had these kind of games all the time where you just feel like no matter what I do, I'm just getting rolled. I go forward, my mech evaporates. Like my mech is made of paper mache and the Sigma shield is made of literal granite, which is a bad analogy because you can't see through granite. But you get what I'm saying.
I fully get what you're saying, and it was honestly a point I wanted to dive on because maybe the Diva isn't the way to go. I know Mama is newer to Overwatch. I know this is more than likely a comfort pick for her. But if you are getting taken out that quickly, maybe it's time for something like a, I don't know, a Roadhog, and you can give yourself a bit of a heal, or a Hamster. Because if you're liking this barreling in style, then that's something that you can do. And I wonder if Uwu is going to wake up to it just a little bit too late. But they're both waking up on the very next map. We are ready to rock and roll. It's back on another push. And we're ready to see what these two teams can bring to this new Overwatch 2 game mode.
Was it Mama Succubus in the last game who ran the Orisa for a little bit? No, it was
no.
The other tank, yeah. It is, I think you're right, it is just a comfort pick, and it's really hard to kind of, in the heat of the moment like this, play a new hero for the first time. And ball, you mentioned the ball. I like the idea of the ball. I've seen a player called Blur, who some of you might have just a passing familiarity with. He gets a lot of value on that hero when he feels like he can't do anything with some of the other heroes. He can just be in usage, just get in the back line, find picks, force all the attention onto him. But Ball is one of those heroes that you need to be comfortable on. You need to grind him out. You need to understand how to move and work with him. A lot like Doomfist is. When you're playing Doomfist for the first time, you're like, how does anybody get any value with this garbage hero? But he can actually be super strong, and Ball is very similar. Whereas a hero like Orisa, Reinhardt, Diva, you get the rhythm of those heroes a little bit faster. But we'll have to wait and see here. If she can't change, so be it. You look for stylistic changes elsewhere in the team, or perhaps in her own play. On the other side, on the side of the Greenie Gamers, what can you believe it? Identical composition to what we've been seeing so far. And then on Team Uwu, I like this change actually. The Symmetra, it's a nice different look here, and Tendo now on the Soldier.
Indeed. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and Greenie Gamers seem to know that full well. But do Uwu have the response to it? And they now clash with the robots unlocking. We're officially underway, and it's going to be immediately Greenie Gamers capturing possession of it, and the aggression again, amazing from God Honey. I really am impressed with what she's been doing. The entirety of the team bottlenecked underneath the bridge. Maybe they need to be looking for some flanks. Grant already up on the bridge to do some work.
There we go.
Henrico, however, taken out by Reggie, but it's got Honey and Rexu in return, along with Grant, to take out 3 members. Mama's mech is evaporated. She's gonna have to get back. She's healing debuffed. And it's game over for her as well. For realsies, desperately running away.
Oh,
and
taking a nap as well.
That's just
now's not the
cheeky.
time. Now's not the time for realsies.
The tactical squats indeed from Rexu. But wow, what an overwhelming opener from Greenie Gamers.
Yeah, they just kind of sat there. They got the opening pick on the side of Uwu, but Greenie Gamers they found the one pick they needed, and they just absolutely rolled through after that. Let's see if they can do the same in this team fight. But there we go, once again, pick going the way of the Uwu. This time it's Chambi now on the Ana finding it, but again, point is moving forward here. They've just capped that first point. They got the forward spawns now. Greenie Gamers need to put just a little bit more pressure onto the point, and Chambi wants to do that now.
I have to agree with that, because even though they've picked off 2 people, the point has still been moving forward. Grant just having no issue standing on it until he gets absolutely removed by Mama. Somehow Fleeb is still alive. I love to see that. Bye. There he goes. And finally, the point's going to rock back that way. But I can't help but feel, Phoenix, that after those 2 picks, the capitalization took too long. I feel like they could have turned that around a lot quicker, because only now are they making it back, and their push is going to start. But it's Greenie Gamers already standing on their doorstep.
Yeah, it's definitely true. But again, if this was a pro team, I'd be like, oh, that's way too slow, guys. But when you're new to the game and you're already struggling to find the picks, it can be difficult. But here comes a Greenitic Flux. Spandex, aka Fleeb, taken out immediately, but they're managing to push their way back now a little bit. They're getting good picks this time around. Ooh, it feels like this type of map shouldn't play into the strengths of the Greenie Gamers, but we'll have to wait and see. Bob here looking pretty strong right now.
Absolutely incredible as Grant Hines in the backline. He takes out a couple and then sends in Bob to clean up on aisle 4 as Mama Succubus is sent scrambling into the alley to try and preserve her life. Grant, you absolute animal, you outlaw playing those angles beautifully, and the Symmetra is the one left trying to slow down the team as Mama Succubus tries to remech, and Rexu, that's just rude. That's just rude. absolutely brutal. And it's Greenie Gamers back on the point and ready to, holy cow, ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, they're losing picks as well here now. They're going to have to wait longer and longer for players to get back in the mix now. Forward spawns once again for the Greenie Gamers. So balls in their court completely here. Hamasaki was struggling to find angles once again. But if they can force them to take different angles here on the side of Gamers, need to be careful here. Sorry, we need to be careful. Let's look at the ultimate coming back. Ultimate in both directions. We like that one.
I love it. That's 3 down from the nuke. And despite busy buffing the tactical visor, it was very much the nuke that did the work. I mean, I actually saw Tendo drop down to within an inch of their life.
Yeah.
And as Rexu, sorry, we're busy watching over here. I can see him. He's just waiting on the bridge to be a nuisance as usual.
No.
Oh my goodness gracious. But here we go. Turned it around, and Greenie Gamers now back and on the front lines fighting it off. But where's the team? Where's Uwu? They're busy trying to find Rexu, and they've left the points completely alone. And now the robot starts walking back already.
They're struggling. They kind of need to do this, right? Split the attention of the Greenie Gamers, and if you win the team fight, it's actually okay to give up a little bit of objective time, but if you don't win the team fight, you lose out on so much, and they've lost their tank. You can see they cannot fight this atrocious style when they've got no HP on the front line, and Tendo's trying to kind of put the pressure on, keep the point from moving forward, but he ends up getting picked off here. Hamasaki is back in the mix now. Here in the front, but needs to be careful not to get taken out again, because we've seen this happen so many times now. One pick just leads to another and another and another when the Greenie Gamers are the ones getting the picks.
Indeed, they're getting the picks, but here comes the Kitsune Rush, maybe to try and force them back just a little bit. The robot does turn around, but here comes the beat and the squeeze. 4 go up, 4 come down, and 1 gets turned into absolute pancake mix. Enrico with the dragons does take out Mamasakibus's mech, which again, the tank is now out of commission, and God Honey is managing to take out Tendo along the way. The poor baby diva sent into hiding and not able to do anything, trying desperately to get her mech back, but Grant says, I don't think so. Take a holiday. We'll catch you at your spawn.
What am I watching here? This Chambi, man. He got 2 kills! He got 2 kills in the backline! I was just about to make a comment about how this is something that you see a lot of newer players do that you shouldn't do. You should die, right? When you're in the enemy backline, your team has got way less healing. You need to be with them, and the longer you take to die, the worse it is for your team. But if you're just gonna get double kills in the backline like that, don't worry. Do it, because now your team is in an advantage. Make that a 4K for Chambi, and now they can build some momentum back in that direction.
Very, very well played, and I think Grant knows it as Team Uwu dive back on, and a gorgeous reset now put into place for Greenie Gamers. And I'm ready to see, please, come together, Team Uwu, get that flippin' point walking along. They're already back. They're already back, and it's a fight on the bridge.
I like this choice to take a flanking angle here. Yes, they're giving away space in the car, but if they find picks like they do on this mech, that will be key for them. We know how good they are. They've got ultis and they're using them. This is another quick team fight here. A full 5-0 wipe for the Greenie Gamers.
Absolutely ridiculous. I'm pretty sure Grant was drafted rather into the wrong team, considering for the glory of Bob, it seems to be. Bob probably having the highest KD of the match so far. But Greenie Gamers, they move along, and it's 3 minutes still on the clock to play with. So, there's time, but will it be time well spent for Team Uwu?
Yeah, they've got to win multiple team fights on the trot here if they're going to actually pull any sort of advantage out of this game. It's looking pretty rough for Uwu here. We know how hard it can be to pull back an advantage on the push type of map. So key here is winning the first one, obviously. This opening pick on Lucio could be quite nice, but they're not going to get that. With the beat almost ready, we might just see Greenie Gamers force their way through to the end here. But there we go. Once again, the self-destruct comes to the rescue.
A beautiful combo of the tac visor and the nuke, sending people scrambling in all directions, and that's immediately now 3, then 4, and 5 down for Greenie Gamers, and that is exactly what they needed to turn it around. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, and for flip's sake, can we please move more than a meter this time?
Well, I mean, that was step 1 of this 4-step process, Snowball. You've got to get this next team fight is the most important. They're not working with any ultimates, at least not until Symmetra gets hers. The Kitsune Rush could be key as well, but look how many ultimates they're fighting into. Greenie Gamers, they're weathering the storm here, and they're going to fire back very soon.
Oh my goodness, firing back indeed as my Goodness gracious. 3 go down, Mama is demeched and sent scrambling away back to her DPS for protection. And honestly, it's just such a quick turnaround. Like you said, it can't just be a one team fight turnaround. They're going to need to put multiple fights on the board back to back to even have a chance of doing anything. Tendo firing shots over his shoulder to attempt to slow them down, but Greenie Gamers advancing once more. Here's the Symmetra ult, plus the Kitsune Rush, trying to delay them as much as possible. And let's see what they can come from this. Reggie taking out Fleeb, a very good pick on the healer, which is a nice start for a team fight. God Honey is taking out the Symmetra, and it's a very much buffed Sigma. And Tendo trying to walk around here. Can he make something happen? And down he goes, right into the feet of the robot. It's Mama trying to hold the lines, but Henrico, Sigma, it's God Honey on the Sigma and Rexu on the Honor, just pushing them back slowly. Chambi finally getting his head taken off by Grant, who I'm sure is going to be happy about that. Baby Diva sent packing, and my goodness gracious, they're right back where they were.
Yeah, it just feels like, I mean, that was a perfect ultimate from Rexu. The Nano Boost just allowed Sigma to totally man up, push forward, and get the kills when God Honey was under a lot of pressure up until that point. And God Honey's been doing so much work on the Sigma. I'd love to see the damage stat and see how much damage she's actually putting out, because it seems like they've been unstoppable, and she's been such a big part of that. And now they move forward. They got the Nano Boost on the Diva, so maybe they can open this up and get a big overtime push going.
It's gonna have to be quite something. The buff was there, and 2 people have gone down, and it's a gorgeous push from Mama Succubus. Usually who we see after a push like that getting demeched, but that's multiple dead on the side of Greenie Gamers, and I think they've stopped them at least for now. It's an interesting ult to just destroy the oxygen in that particular area, but now we're in overtime, and this, the odds could not be more stacked against them. They've got to make an entire push on overtime and multiple fights to win in a row. I don't want to say it's impossible, but damn, dude, I wouldn't be putting my chips in that corner.
No, and the ult economy is not really in their favor either. Yes, they've got the tactical visor, but there's about to be a nano boost, there's a gravitic flux, and there's about to be some dragons as well. A great anti-heal to start it off. They might just get a pick straight off the bat. They won't, but they get one anyways.
Whoo! Up you go, gravity squeeze. Not as much taken out, but it's completely separated them from the point. That overtime is ticking down. There's a couple of frags here and there, but they can't get back on the point. It's too much. It's just too much. And Greenie Gamers take the win on this damn well fought match. I'm very impressed with both teams, but Greenie Gamers, you walk away holding your heads high.
I mean, consolation prize at least here. The self-destruct player of the game from Mama Succubus, but
huge.
Damn if that wasn't a total domination from the Greenie Gamers. That was something very special. I think it really did feel like they just found their play style, and they knew exactly how they needed to execute that to win this game. I think God Honey being able to play the Sigma so well was perfect for what this team wanted to do, given that we know Grant wants to play the Ashe, and if you can give him space to play the Ashe, he's gonna get work done. Henrico seems to want to play the Hanzo. Of course, we don't know. He could have been the first hero picked and they never lost the game since then, but it seems like that's a hero he really enjoyed playing. And then Rexu could just play the Honor as well, leverage his DPS talent and help his team push forward. And I wonder, speaking of Rexu, as a very, very experienced Overwatch player, I wonder how much he had to say with coming up with the style for this team, you know. Maybe it's something they just fall into and their heroes just happen to mesh, their preferred heroes. But it could also be a case of the likes of Grant and Rexu, who have a lot of Overwatch experience, saying, hey, this is what I would like to succeed. And then generating the style that seems so unstoppable, basically, coming to the finals of the showdown.
It has to be said, because when I think about it, like, I think Grant and Rexu could very much fill those roles of, hey, let's comp around this, let's build around this being, you know, us, and they are very, very good at it. But quite frankly, very, very pleasantly surprised at the incredible tank performance from God Honey.
Yeah,
I want to say, is like, obviously your supports play a big role in keeping you alive, but that Sigma, I didn't see her name in the kill feed very often at all, and it was absolutely a pleasure to see happen. So yeah, fantastic. Speaking of fantastic, however, we actually have a few more donations that have come in, and we're just updating our little running total for you. But yes, listen. This does bring us to the end of the showdown, but the support doesn't have to end here. The push doesn't have to end here. You can still support. There's still a long way to go for the lives of the people that are affected by this. ShazZ and her mom need that help, and I'm very impressed with the way that people have come to the table and they've stepped up to the plate, and it's a blessing. I'm really impressed with the ZA community, not just the ZA Overwatch community, just the ZA community. Guys, we don't have the strongest economy, and look what you've managed to pull together. Well done, everybody, for backing an incredible cause, for getting into the spirit of just good, fun Overwatch, and at the end of the day, making a real difference in somebody else's life.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, you know, this competition, this showdown, was as much about fundraising as also about raising awareness. So if you are not comfortable donating right now or anytime soon, there'll be opportunity to donate for a while longer still, so you can get involved. And as you mentioned earlier in the day, Snowball, you don't have to donate a million billion rands or dollars. Just whatever you can afford to part with will be greatly appreciated.
Very much appreciated indeed. And speaking of, the final updated total is 6,837 rand and 42 cents. That is a wonderful number, everybody. I am so proud of all of you, those that donated with money, those who donated with time, with influence, or with their correct Overwatch skills. You've made a difference, and I want you to know that, and I want to thank you for that. That was the goal at the end of the day, and that is what we have achieved. Not only that, we've achieved some fantastic Overwatch, some incredible games, and maybe the start of a few prestigious Overwatch careers, SunPhoenix, for some of our newer players. I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of players here that I would like to see playing more Overwatch. You know, I presume Kowza will be holding a lot more Pug-style tournaments like the Kiriko Cup that we had the pleasure of casting a couple of weeks ago. That's a perfect place. You know, nobody's saying that you guys who are already likely, you know, talking to these streamers who took part in the tournament, and anybody watching, you might be committed to other games. You might be an Apex guy or a Counter-Strike guy or a Dota 2 League of Legends guy, and that's totally fine. Nobody's saying we want you to have Overwatch be your one and only going forward. But when these tournaments, you know, the Kiriko Cup, Pride Cup, which I'm sure will be happening next year as well, those are the perfect times. Just be like, oh, I'm an Overwatch guy for the next week or so, and I'm just going to play some fun Overwatch, hang out with the community, and take part in this fun tournament. And hopefully that's what we inspire in you guys. And maybe one or two of the people playing and watching might be like, oh, this is my one and only now. I'm done with Counter-Strike forever. I'm done with Valorant forever. But no pressure.
No pressure indeed. We'll just say this. Keep your hand in, keep active, keep involved, because it's going to be all of this and more coming your way as we progress forward. Yes, this event draws to an end, and this is where we will be leaving you at the end of the Kitty for ShazZ Overwatch Showdown. And it's been amazing, it's been a blessing, memories have been made, and maybe careers even started. But don't go too far. We have plenty of competitive Overwatch in the ZA scene for you to enjoy. Stay tuned as much as you can. But for now, it's going to be SunPhoenix and myself, Snowball Ninja, saying thank you so much for your support. Thank you for playing. We'll see you next time.